Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Y'all know this shit random. Y'all already know. I don't have no form of time of when I go live, when I do StreamYard, nothing. Whenever something hit me, or whenever I feel like I have a need to go live in any capacity, I just do it. And so this morning was one of those mornings where I was feeling grateful to God and was on my kind of like devotion time. I don't have like a set schedule that I set time aside to do devotion, but it's something that's in me that it's a feeling that comes upon me that I feel like I need to step back and reflect on God, me, what I'm doing in life, and my mindset. So um, I was just sitting and thinking, I was like, you know what? I don't really go live too often, but you know what? Um, I'm just go live and just press live and see what happens. Yo, my boy Dante, what up, boy? It's been a minute, my guy. Man, I hope everything been solid with you, champ. I hope everything good, man. I was telling y'all maybe a few months ago that every so often I'm in a mode of just writing notes and reflections, and you could call it the Holy Spirit or whatever religion you serve. I'm pretty sure you got an example that you could draw a parallel to, but whatever in the inside of you when it speaks, and it was just, you know, I got mad notes that I've documented, and I feel like just sharing to the people. You know, a lot of times I go live outside of the music. It's more of a lecture thing that I want to discuss, like current events that's going on in the world, and I'll spend like 6, 7, 8 hours going in on that. But I never really take the time to share to the family, which I call y'all, my own deep personal perspectives on things. I just kind of react to things that are going on in the world, but never do I depart me to y'all and present it to y'all. So Shenanigan, what up? What up, bro? It is a crazy world right now, man. And that's why I was like, yo, I'm gonna put on some little devotion music. I'm gonna go in my truck, sit in my yard, and just look at nature and posture myself, even if nothing hit me immediately. Put myself in position as to where I'm open for what God wants to, speak to me. I want to make myself available and still that if God is speaking, I don't want to miss nothing. You know what I mean? There's a lot of noise in the world. I'm glad you said that, Shenanigan. It's a crazy world. You know what I'm saying? Young black boys is dying, and everything else going on within our government, and just so much going on in general. So yeah, man. So what y'all might not know about me, I do a lot of writing, and what I write about is the human condition from a spiritual side. Um, so I reflect out religion, the monotheism in particularly, when we as a society started uh, putting everything into one deity, one God. You know what I mean? And that's what mono means, one. So monotheism is the worship of one God. So when we start talking about Hinduism, when we start talking about Buddhism, when we start talking about Islam, when we start talking about Christianity, these are the building blocks of what we now know as our modern religion. And I just want to let you know that all comes from somewhere, someplace, and it comes from one concept. All those religions I just named. And that concept comes from the golden rule. Y'all know what the golden rule is, don't you? Treat others like you want to be treated. Dante said there's a lot of corruption out there. Absolutely, bro. And everybody and their mama is on YouTube talking about it. And I was like, you know what? I'm feeling very devotional this morning on just some random stuff. I don't even want to deal with the world right now. I'm gonna deal with with um with what Mr. Lister want to build on. And so I was like, you know what? I never really showed the people the innermost thoughts of Mr. Lister. I kind of keep it private. And so I was like, you know what? I ain't even gonna set up a stream yard. I'll set up a stream yard with, with the regular current events and stuff that we want to talk about. Cause I want to go over of course, the 250th birthday, Independence Day of the country, and I wanted to kind of tie into how uh, it seems like government and sports have this keen relationship right now, where you see our president Donald Trump is going to every major sporting event. Now we all know he likes the spotlight, but I think uh, there's a divine parallel that you could draw between what's going on in the world of politics and what's going on in the world of sports. And I never, not in my recent memory, that I've seen the two have or intersect so much. You know what I mean? There's a lot of patriotism being associated with the world of sports, from trades. I can think of one right now. Um, Jaylen Brown, that plays for the Boston Celtics in the NBA. Um, Finals MVP. He's just an African American who's well spoken, and where he played in Boston. Okay, now he got traded to the Philadelphia 76ers. Okay, now you may ask Mr. Lister, and I share more with this on my live stream I set up sometime. But you may ask Mr. Lister, what did that got to do with anything? I think if you know anything about this country's history, you understand that the Boston Tea Party and which kind of represents Boston, and the 76 is where our Liberty Bell is and where the Constitution is. That's who the 76ers represent. They represent Independence Day and America's freedom, the Liberty Bell, the whole thing. So you can see a direct parallel that a well-spoken African American leaves the home place of the Boston Tea Party, which catapulted everything in this country, and then he's traded to independence with the 76ers. which exemplifies the Liberty Bell in the Constitution. You see what I'm saying? So, and not only that, Donald Trump actually, President Donald Trump, excuse me, actually visited the NBA Finals. Spain won. Yes, they did. There is a whole worldwide federal warning for all Americans in effect. Yes, sir. Shenanigans say Spain won the World Cup and is actively speaking against Israel. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm glad you're here. I don't know if you're a sir or ma'am, so I don't want to assume. I don't want to assume, but you are correct. You are correct. And I wanted to speak more and more on that, and I wanted to kind of give this type of a topic its own entity. You know what I mean? So I wanted to kind of narrow it down with a live stream, because this right here is on just some random. You know what I mean? I miss the family. I just want to talk and pour into y'all. You know what I'm saying? But you are absolutely correct. And not only that, um, everything that's going on with the Olympics, and the next Olympics is going to be in the United States as well. I think it's going to be in LA, if I ain't mistaken. The Summer Olympics, the next Summer Olympics. So just something to keep your eye on. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, what I'm gonna do now to get off that subject, we'll save that. We'll save that. But uh let's uh let's get into some. Let's see what I want to share with the family. All right, bet. All right, let's start here. I want to kind of talk about uh the golden rule, which I was talking about earlier with religion. Okay. Um, I was telling you earlier that the 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 term monotheism and that concept all comes from one region in the world during that time, because before monotheism you had the worship of many gods and many deities from all of our nationalities, and you still do to a certain extent, but for the most part this particular region is responsible for converting the rest of the world and society into the thought of creating one God that embodied everything that we value in culture. Dot, what it do, bruh? What's going on? Big ups, gang. Big ups to you, gang. Yeah, man, I'm just doing a little bit of devotion this morning, yo. I'm gonna definitely go on live stream sometime, and we gonna build and do what we do, but we usually narrow down specific topics when I do that. This morning, man, I just felt like on some randomness, just wanting to have some devotion time, man. I put on some soft worship music and hopped in my truck and was like, man, God, just speak to me. Use me as a vessel to speak to the family. You know what I'm saying? So, and then I thought in my mind, like, man, I have so much writings, personal stuff that I haven't even revealed to the public. This is the perfect opportunity and platform to do it. So I'm gonna start that shit. It's something new, man. So, but anyway, as I was talking about earlier, when we was talking about the all these religions that came out of the same region of the earth, which was the East. Monotheism came from the region that was in the East, y'all. So we're talking about Buddhism, we're talking about Christianity, we're talking about Hinduism, we're talking about Islam, we're talking about Judaism, and we're talking about our Native American brothers and sisters. Okay? All of these religions are based on the concept of serving one God. Okay? That concept is what I deem, or what I call, the golden rule. There's essentially only one religion. Treat your brother as you would have them treat you. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. We all know that. You know what I'm saying? And so that concept is embodied in every religion I just named: Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, Native America, all that shit. But even though this particular region, the people in that region started to develop this concept of serving one God, we still have to abide, all of us. We still are under the gauge of universal law. No matter what you believe in, what God I just named, if you jump off a goddamn 100-story building, chances are you ain't gonna make it. That, my friends, is called the law of gravity. Hmm? Yes, sir. Thermodynamics. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, think about it. Out of all the religion I just named, Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, Native American, Buddhism, out of all them religions, if you jump off a 100-story building, chances are you're not gonna make it. Why? Because all of us got to bow down to the universal law of gravity. Sir Isaac Newton, thank you. So now we have this separation of science and religion, not understanding that the religion is science. The spirit and science work in concert simultaneously together. But when we're in our own mind, our own logical mind, and the science goes beyond our logic, that's when we start to tap into the metaphysical. Now we go from the physical reality to the meta, or quantum, the quantum. Okay. Yeah, Shanag said, energy can't be created nor destroyed, only converted into heat and consciousness energy. Right. Energy is neither lost nor destroyed, but it's just transferred from one party to the next. You are absolutely correct. Man, God bless everybody in the chat. God bless you, my guy, for saying that, man. Somebody knows something about physics around here. And that's what it is, essentially. Religion and science are one and the same. But once the science goes beyond logic, we lose faith. And, I just want to share some of my personal writings with y'all instead of everybody kind of covering the same thing. So, I want to kind of go over these principles that I kind of created and came to me. I call these the 12 universal principles of the universe. Are you hearing me? Yo, YS Millie, what up, man? Millennial, what's good, yo? Man, God bless everybody this morning, yo. This is on some random ish. I definitely plan on going on live stream and narrowing down some topics to, talk about with the family. You know how we do. But this morning I was feeling extremely, extremely grateful and felt like I needed to get some devotion in. Because we serve a good God, y'all. There's a lot going on in this world, but our God sees all and he knows all and he has a plan. So no matter what religion you fall into, what I just named, just understand that if you are spiritual in general, we all connected. And I'm believing in God with what he gave me. I'm gonna pour to the family and y'all make up your mind. Do y'all feel like me? But we gonna get into universal law. Nobody is exempt from universal laws. And I just gave you one. I don't give a damn what you believe in. If you jump off a 100-story building, motherfucker, you better learn how to fly. You know something I don't know? You got wings? Absolutely, man. So, man, we gotta really, really understand that a lot of what we project as far as who we are is ego. It's the lust of the eyes and our pride in our ego. We are in constant war with our ego, what we want to project to everybody else, who we are, in our most internal selves, our inside, our soul, our son, soul. Okay. So I want to kind of share with y'all, there are 12 universal laws. Okay. There are 12 universal laws. The law of gravity being one of them. But I want to share with you, the first law is divine oneness. Okay. Divine oneness. Everyone and everything is connected, y'all. Yo, Uncle Jojo, what it is, man? Man, I ain't even really want to set up no live stream, man, and really narrow down nothing. I just randomly hopped on and just I'm feeling my devotion. So I'm like, man, I'm gonna throw on some soft music, man, and just pour into y'all my own personal stuff instead of covering everybody else stuff. I think I got something to offer to the people too. And so this concept of universal law, no matter what culture, creed, race, religion, background you come from, we are all subject to bow down to these laws. Okay, I've briefly discussed uh, gravity, which is one law. The first law, though, is divine oneness. We're all connected. We all have a sense of self in an ego. Before us, past tense is the concept of I, with present. The present is a present. It's a gift. Yes, sir, Uncle Jojo. Hey, Aaron, good morning. Yo, I'm on my Buddhist monk shit this morning, man. Feeling grateful. You know what I mean? Just, just feeling, you know, feeling like I needed some devotion time, man. I put on some spiritual music and I'm reading from my own personal notes and memoirs right now. So this ain't what y'all getting. Y'all not gonna get on YouTube or anything like that. So I just hope y'all find value in what I'm saying this morning, and I hope it helps y'all, to have a good day, good week, whatever. But yeah, but I just want to talk about the first law is divine oneness. We're all connected. We all have a sense of self and what we want to project to our brother or sister. Okay. The next law is the law of vibration, is what I like to call the law of vibration. Everything operates off frequency, okay? Everything has its own unique frequency. That frequency has a number that is measured in hertz. Okay, Aaron. Yeah. Everything is measured in hertz when we talk about frequency. Okay. So HRTZ, when you see that, that is a unit of measurement that measures sound waves. Okay. Now these waves are emitted through every living organism, y'all. These ways go beyond the microscopic spectrum of the eye. Okay, things that you may not can see, you can feel, just like wind. Okay, so just because things go beyond the spectrum of our vision does not mean they cease to exist or it never did. Okay, so the next law is the law of I mean, and this is what I like to call the law of correspondence, meaning you reap what you sow. As above, so below. Okay, so for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. I think it's cool that everybody speaks to everybody, man, and say good morning, man. I just want to just to give thanks to everybody that stopped through, and I hope y'all finding some type of value in what I'm talking about. Um, I definitely have a peculiar way of looking at things, and I definitely have some spiritual sides too. I'm not just analytical all the time, and so looking at all the noise that's what's going on in YouTube, I just wanted to do something that I felt was really genuine. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just give myself this morning to YouTube. So instead of responding and reacting to stuff, I'm gonna just pour out me and just hope that's enough right now for my family, which is y'all the family. So okay. So the law of correspondence is the third law. So as above, so below, uh, so within, so without. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. You see what I'm saying? You have science and you have the spiritual aspect to reinforce each other. Hello, everyone in the chat. That's what's up, man. My uncle speaking to y'all. Way back time machine. What's up? Needed this AM boss. Thank you, yo. Yo, that mean a lot, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, Way. I do. So I feel like, all right. I feel like the right people in here then, the right type of vibe. So that's cool. So we on the fourth law now. And if y'all, want to play this back, man, feel free. So you can kind of number them. You know what I mean? I got 12 universal laws. So I'm on the fourth one now. Yeah, man. So the fourth law is the law of attraction. I know y'all heard that shit before. I know you heard the law of attraction before. Yep. So the law of attraction pretty much deals with things that you like. Are y'all unaware that we can like things that we're not even conscious that we like? Like a lot of negative things that I could think of in my head right now that we are attracted to, bro. Two motherfuckers start fighting right now. We ain't rushing to break that shit up. We saying, oh shit, what's going on? You know what I mean? Why do so many people walk past people that are less fortunate? Why do people laugh at other people's misery? Because we attract everything we like, even though our mind, our conscious isn't aware of. Period. Drama, tea, whatever. And so things that we like, whether we're conscious or unconscious, we attract. So for instance, if you're in a relationship and you're attracting the same type of person, it kind of look like you like that shit, bro. I ain't gonna cap. Think about it. We attract, we do the same thing to get the same results. How is that not you liking it? Like, you saying you don't like the results, but you keep getting the same results and not changing nothing. You like it. You like doing it. Period. And so when I feel like we can have that honest conversation, which deals with the first law that I was dealing with, the law of oneness, when you could do that shadow work within yourself, know thyself, you know what I mean? And we'll all be able to be more attentive to our innermost emotions, which trigger our behavior. Okay. So we all subconsciously or consciously attract things that we like. Okay. That's the fourth law. The fifth law, the law of action. Okay. I feel like manifesting requires an aligned action, y'all. Meaning, if we creating something or we want something to happen for us, the Bible says faith without works is dead. Are you seeing how the science and the spiritual reinforce each other? But yet we separate the two. They put it in the Bible, man. Faith without works is dead. There is a law called the law of action. It's the same thing. Meaning, if you're saying and believing that something is going to happen, but you're not taking any type of steps at all to making it happen, you don't believe it can happen. You really don't believe it. If you're not acting on faith, you don't have no faith at all. You don't have no faith at all. And that's what it's all about, especially in the time that we're living in now. Any bright ideas that hit you, or things that you feel like are changes like you need to make them. Do that shit. Make the changes. And it's not going to be overnight. But we're not in this by ourselves, because we are all connected, y'all. I can pray for y'all and don't know y'all. I don't have to know y'all to want y'all to do well and to be well in life. Do y'all understand that? Do y'all understand that is the key to our liberation? Giving a fuck about somebody you don't even know. That's called being a human. We are living in a world where we are living with people that are not things. Just because they got 10 fingers, 10 toes, 2 legs, 2 arms, do not make them human. You walking around motherfuckers right now, them motherfuckers ain't you. They ain't human beings. I can guarantee you that. Yes, sir, JoJo. That's my uncle right there. Yes, sir. You around motherfuckers sharing ideas and shit, and you don't even know what's going on with them internally and how they view you and who sent them. No, they're not like us. Wow, Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick said it. Kendrick said it. And it ties into the declassification of files dealing with the UFOs and UFAs that Donald Trump is going to deal with. There's a whole paradigm shift happening, and this man is literally making his mark in every aspect of reality, including signing an executive order that his name is going to be initial on every $100 bill. Y'all check this shit out. The new $100 bills that are coming out, if you look at your money, if you go get some money and look at it, somebody got to sign off on it. Let me see if I got $1. It's so much shit that go on, and we just go on our everyday life like it ain't. Let's see. All right, look at this. $50, right? Look at the initial. Look at this shit. Look at what y'all spending, and y'all don't even know what the hell going on. Look at this. Who is this? Who is this motherfucker? I don't know. Do y'all know? But what I do know is Donald Trump's name is going to be on the $100 bills. Secretary of Treasury. Okay, got it. So the Secretary of Treasury, when it has decided that Donald Trump's name should be on every $100 bill. Crazy work. Crazy, yo. Everything that he's doing to try to leave his mark. So, and like I said, I'm not going to go into that aspect right now. I'll set up a live stream for that. But this is more the devotion time. So the fifth law was the law of action, okay? We're on the sixth law now. This law is what I like to call the law of cause and effect. Everything has a consequence, y'all. Whether it's a good one, bad one. And that kind of leads into like the law of correspondence. You know what I'm saying? Like, essentially, you reap what you sow. You put out what you get in. And anything extra isn't really extra. It's needed. So I feel like the law of compensation should be the seventh law. And what I mean by that is we all put in work to achieve compensation. Why are you putting in work and not expecting to win nothing? Where they do that at? We all have a sense, no matter what creed, color, background you come from, when we do something, we expect something good to come from it or out of it. We all expect to earn. All of us. We all expect some type of compensation in some form. Just like me. My compensation is gratification, self-gratification. Like what I'm doing now with y'all. What I'm doing with y'all is self-gratification. That's my compensation. We work our 9 to 5s. Expected to get paid at the end of the week. Let that boss man fuck with our paycheck, see what's gonna happen. Y'all know I ain't lying. Let that direct deposit don't hit. And see, won't there be some smoke in the city? So we all essentially are working in some capacity to reap a reward. You know what I'm saying? Mel, what's up, girl? What up, Mel? So this next law is and we're on number 9. We're on number 8 right now. So we rolling. It's 12 universal laws I came up with. We on number 8. And if you lose track of any of the laws, just play it back and just jot it down. But the 8th law, the law of this is think about what I'm about to say. Okay, this is the law of transfer of energy. Okay, and this is what I want. This is what I mean by that. Every encounter that you have with somebody, a piece of them you take. Do you know that? Like right now, I'm building with y'all family. A piece of me is attached to y'all now because I am presenting myself in hopes that you digest. Digestion doesn't come by only what we eat. And Uncle Jojo, we talk about this a lot. It also comes by what you consume mentally, emotionally, as well as physically. There's many ways to consume or to take in things. And the stuff that we're taking in, especially on social media, it seems mostly negative. But we getting into what we was talking about, the law of attraction. We are attracted to what we like, even if it is negative, and even if we are not thinking about it on a subconscious level that, hey man, this shit is fucked up and it's bad. We like it. That's why we still stay tuned. You know what I mean? And I don't necessarily think that's bad. I just think I'm just stating two things can be true at the same time. You know? But anyway, the transfer of energy, we're all connected, which is the first law that I was talking about, the law of oneness. Since we're all connected, we all share frequency. So we share each other. We all breathe in the same air in this motherfucker. You don't breathe in white people air, black people air, gay people air, straight people air, Martian air. We all breathe in oxygen. And so energy is constantly changing and evolving. There is us in the present time, which is a present. The present is in the middle of the future and the past. Okay. Everything that happens in life happens in threes. This is what I was talking about in the beginning when we was talking about the monotheism and how everything monotheism, worshiping one God, Christianity, Buddhism, Native American, Hinduism, Judaism, Christianity, Buddhism, all of that comes from one region, okay? Because they understood putting all their energy into things that they revere into one deity heightens the energy. If I be lifted up, I'll draw all men unto me. That's out of the Bible, y'all. That's Christianity. That literally is reinforcing the spirit of, the law of transfer of energy. Yep. You right on it, shenanigans. You on point. So we're all constantly evolving because things that are alive, that's what they do. If you are living, you go through stages of evolution, being the best version of yourself. That is called ascension, guys. Okay? We're all created to ascend. Jay Walker, what it do? Good morning. Cut the truck on this AC real quick. But yeah, y'all, we are all built to ascend and grow and evolve and change. And that has stages. And we are unfortunately, we live in a society where people are not easily motivated to go through the process. Mm. And I think it's so cool how y'all speak to each other anymore. That's lit to me, man. I love that. But yeah, yo, essentially, we are all created to serve each other. Okay? But if we're not in a consistent mindset to be the best version of ourselves, it can only have negative connotations to it, even if the negative effect is happening to you, which is going into the other law, the law of cause and effect. So now we have made it to the ninth law. Okay? There are 12 of them. We made it to the ninth one. This ninth law is what I call the law of relativity. Okay? It says it's all relative. It's all related. Every single thing on this planet, and you believe it or not, is all subjugated to the rules of the matrix. So if we're all trapped in this prison together, everything is related. Case in point, my job, my regular job deals with the manipulation of elements. I'm not gonna give my job title, okay? But essentially, I manipulate elements all day, crash them together. Atoms, protons, neutrons, electrons, right? Smack them together. All right, bam. Every element that's on the periodic table that deals with matter is in the human body. Every element that's on this earth, every molecule, every matter, every particle that's on this earth is inside the human body. Jonathan, Mr. Lister, I'm doing excellent, my brother. I hope you are. Dot. Alchemy, thank you. Hey, Dot, you already know, brother. You don't put it out there. Yeah. Hey, Dot, you dangerous, man. I'm going to start calling you, because you know that Dot, you know why I like your name? Because that dot represents the black hole, brother. The dot is where everything started. The dot is melanin, okay? The dot is dark matter, which everything comes from carbon. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 6O2X2. Carbon 6. Like, I do this for real, okay? So when we're dealing with the base of carbon, carbon is essentially stardust, cosmic material that is not of this earth. But it was placed here, which reinforces the creation, Genesis 1:1. The spiritual is always going to reinforce science and vice versa. Okay? So, number 10, we on 10, law 10. The law of polarity, okay? Meaning we live in a polar dimension that has a North Pole and a South Pole. So if I ain't say or polar reality, I'm sorry. But that's the law. This is what I deem. Okay. And my concept of that polar reality concept, the law of polar reality, there's a North Pole and a South Pole on its axis. Everything that is magnetic has a North and a South Pole that are parallel to each other. Okay. The human body is electromagnetic. Okay. Aaron, yes, and every human, every banana, and every goose, don't we all have the same elements, just different mix? Yes, Aaron. Let's talk about potassium. Let's talk about the element of potassium. Let's talk about the material of potassium. The human body is full of minerals. These minerals are materials, real materials that are what? Mixed differently, Aaron. I love how you put that. Now we're talking about genetic splicing. All right. So getting back to the law 10, the law of polarity. We have a North Pole and we have a South Pole. How our world was created, but it is tilted. Okay. So everything that we deal with, from the most mundane construct of the universe, our world, you are gonna always deal with polar realities too. Equal but opposite. Which is the natural construct in the blueprint of the 3D reality that we live in, third dimension. Okay? Duality. Good and evil. Positive and negative. North and south. East and west. When you split the human in half, you have two. 5 on this side, 5 on that side. Husband and wife. These concepts of two are created to reinforce the number one. 2 plus 1 doesn't equal 3. 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2. 1 plus 1 equals 1. Because now we're dealing with the mindset of absolutes. And when you're dealing with things of absolutes, now we talk about value. Meaning the number one has a greater value than anything else that comes from one. Every other number comes from one. Every other concept comes from the concept of I. Why do you think I and the number one is the same symbol? Look at the letter I and look at the number one. Everything comes from the concept of I, of existing. Once, and we can talk about the something as simple as a nucleus. The most primal basic concept of existence, or bacteria, or fungi. The nucleus of it is always gonna come from the concept of who do I think I am, and then life, and then how do I express who I am. Our existence is an expression from the Most High. Thank you, Aaron. And yeah, Shane, how you right? Let me see. And all living things, organisms, are composed of the same chemicals. Our DNA is ordered in a different way. Well said, well said, well said. Can't agree more myself. That's why we can find everything in our food essentially to help the condition of the human body. But here's the thing, our food is being under attack, y'all. What is that that diarrhea shit they saying that's on all the food, and all the healthy food, all the fruits and vegetables and anything healthy. Now they got a new disease that you can't even wash that shit off. You eat that shit, you have diarrhea for a week of shit. And now they saying that the lettuce came from Taco Bell. Jonathan, it's crazy out here, man. Now, not only are we bombarded and attacked through every aspect of the harsh conditions of life, like everything is expensive as hell. You know what I'm saying? Everything is going up except pay. And then on top of that, social media and the news, everything they hit you with, everything bad, always everybody's dying all the damn time. You know what I mean? We always being done wrong and held in a negative connotation, man. It's like so much negative, like we was talking about earlier. Digesting all this shit. And we have to start looking inward for solutions. So we talking about looking inward, like, okay, I'm gonna start eating better and spiritually, you know what I mean? You are what you eat, and whole. I want to be whole, so I want to eat whole food. You know what I mean? So you start your journey, and you can't even start your spiritual journey because now they fucking up the food. It's not from Taco Bell. Lettuce from Mexico has been contaminated from water with human. Uh, wow, fecal matter. Yeah, I agree. And not just that. The constant attacks on the water with trains. You every now and then you'll see a train with some chemicals that automatically the track they run into each other, and it's in like a major source of water, stockpile of water somewhere. You'll see that shit too. All over the world, we're being affected, even with the heart machines and DARPA that can affect the weather and shit like that, man. Can you give me some advice, Jonathan? Let's see. What you need, brother? Cause I can give you. If this advice what you see, I got you. I've seen that too. Yeah, Aaron. Dot said, yeah. What happened to the situation in Palestine or Ohio? We gonna get into that, bro. We definitely gonna get into that. The train. Yeah. I remember, bro. I remember the train derailments, and you remember all that chemical, all that shit spilled in the air and in the water. That's what I'm talking. Hey, Dot, you on point, man. That's what I'm saying. In every aspect in life, the adversary, which I call the enemy, is constantly attacking us in every single aspect, from the physical to the spiritual to how we deal in our relationships between men and women, like every aspect, even miseducation, counterintelligence, like it. There's no. So I was like, man, I got up this morning. I was like, man, I do not feel like we'll turn the truck on again, y'all. Get some AC jumping. But yeah, I I don't want to react to shit that's going on in the world today. We got plenty of time to that. I got shit in my own personal memoirs that I haven't even shared to the family yet. I was like, you know what? I think what I got is valuable. I'm gonna share something. So, hey, bro, I'm gonna give you some advice. Let me see. Jonathan said, I'm not married, nor do I have children. Me too. People sometimes look at me strange. How do you think I should handle it? I'm about to tell you now, Jonathan. I'm not married and I don't have any kids. So you looking in the mirror. And let me tell you, people gonna look at you strange and there ain't shit you can do about it. You're gonna have to find some inner peace of sustainability, of happiness and joy. And please do not look for that happiness in others. That ain't gonna work, because you're gonna be recycling people, and you're not even gonna have a chance to cultivate any relationships that'll last, because you're looking for happiness and joy and everything good in others. That ain't gonna work. Nobody else can complete you and make you happier than yourself. And that's why I would say the law of oneness. When I was talking about these 12 universal laws, I came up with the law of oneness, man. Once we understand who we are, we can treat others better. Like I was saying in the beginning, the golden rule: treat others as you want to be treated. You see what I'm saying? But we have to learn how to treat ourselves like we have some type of value. You know what I mean? So I'm about to really dive into that. John, that's man. I got you. I'm gonna read some of the comments. Hey, 18. 18 said, "Hey, Aaron. People look at me crazy because my kids don't have any children, and my daughter says she doesn't want any children, and she doesn't think she's getting married." Whitney Houston was trying to tell us a long time ago that the greatest love is. Come on, Aaron. Oh shit! Whitney Houston was trying to put us on game. The greatest love of all. Jonathan, thank you so much for that, Mr. Lissa. Oh yeah, we about to tap in. Cause and as you can see, by 18, there's so many people like us that's out here. But our value is we're able to see we're able to view reality from a different lens because we're not emotionally invested through children. So we usually people who don't have kids and you know are pretty decent people and don't live like the typical life, you know what I mean? Our value is not appreciated as much. So we have to be amongst ourselves, like-minded, like people, you know what I'm saying? And create our own community that way. But outside of us, we're gonna always be looked at the outcast or black sheep or weird, or you know what I mean? Man, listen. Every day, I'm praying that God give me the zeal to hold my head up high. Talk about me all the hell you want, but essentially you don't have a heaven or hell to put me in. So your opinion, even though it's valuable, is not it's only as valuable as the value I give it. You know what I'm saying? But you entitled to have your opinion about me. That's fine. You know what I mean? But I can tell you this. At the end of the day, God has a plan for us all. And if you feel like in your heart that you are on that path to God's plan, it's gonna work out for your good. Romans 8:10, I believe. All things work together for the good of those that love the Lord, that are His purpose. Everybody is born with a purpose. If God created you, He created you for a purpose. And everything that you do, good, bad, or indifferent, is going to work for your good if you're in your purpose. Let the church say amen. How you treat others is a reflection of how you treat yourself, because we project our feelings onto other people. Well said, 18. John said, because we live, people always judge me. Yup, me too. I promise they judge me, bro. How about this, John? Every time I go somewhere, people is recording me, taking pictures and recording me, and I don't even know these motherfuckers. I'm not famous. This is not in a famous type celebrity. No. I feel like God is putting my whole life on display for His glory, whether the good, the bad, and different. And so mentally, that is taxing, bro. I cannot run up to I'm talking about complete strangers. I don't even know. I could be having dinner with somebody, chilling, and somebody at the next table can take their phone out and just start like I'm famous or something. Do you know that would drive you crazy? So I feel like it's a spiritual aspect. Like I was saying earlier, man. People that you are around, all of them ain't human. Even though they look like you, 10 toes, 10 fingers, that does not make them a human being. You got shapeshifters out this motherfucker. Reptilians. Reptilian shapeshifters. But we'll get in it. We'll talk about it. I very much believe in UFOs and UFAs. So how you treat us? Okay, I read it. It's the golden rule. We talked about it. No, notice to the people that do have kids. It's just not on my path right now. Right, 18. My brother doesn't have any children either. He's always said he didn't want and have kids because though the way it was, and I can't blame him. I'm just glad that mine turned out okay. Absolutely. See my boy Shenanigans say, I'm gonna start calling you Shaq. People have been programmed by the powers that be to procreate mindlessly. Woo! With no purpose. Damn. Damn. Dot say 18, no doubt. Facts. Yeah. Aaron says, amen. Big Fred. What up, brother? Let's go chat. Turn up on time for the World Cup winner. Yeah, man. Congrats to Spain, man. Y'all see Donald Trump taking his photo op. 18. Jonathan, don't worry about the judgment. That's probably jealousy and envy. Yep, because they don't have any children, and you live in how the you like the type of life that you want to live. Right. Dot at a shack reminds me of the beginning of the film Idiocracy. Yes, sir. Now you cooking. And it's funny that you mentioned that because I say this all the time that Hollywood is a government agency, just like the FBI, the CIA, or the DEA, or anything like that. So anything that they project on a projector is happening in real time or has happened in real time. Always. There is conditioning and programming. Like my boy was saying earlier in the chat, 18. Uh, no, chat said exactly that. 18 says, that's the morning spirit. That's what it is. That's our monitoring demon. Yeah, that's why I had to get up this morning, 18, and just pour into y'all from a spiritual aspect. That's why I put on this soft music, this worship music. That's why I felt like I had to go outside in the truck and be in nature. You know what I mean? And just see what's in the atmosphere and what would he have me to present to the people. And I was like, yo, I have stuff in my personal memoirs that I could start sharing, like doing, you know what I mean? Devotion. So, hey, here we are. Yep. Shaq said Hitler invented the TV. Yeah, bro. Hitler, and the reason, and it's funny that you bring that up, Shaq, because Hitler and his team was heavily involved with the study of time travel and space travel. So when you talk about Hitler being when the Olympics, here we go with the Olympics again, the World Games with Jesse Owens. When Jesse Owens won the gold in Berlin in the height of World War II, here we go with the significance of sports and politics. There, see the people that run the world, the most powerful people, including Hitler, which was he was a magician and a 30-degree Mason as well. You have to understand the construct of a person with this type of mind. Hitler was a genius, but the people who financed Hitler promoted a white supremacy. You understand? But Hitler was in the dark arts and all of that. 18. This is off topic, but where's Buddy? Outside. Now I don't want to open this because I could call him. He outside. He right outside the truck. 18. It just mosquitoes. It's been raining, so mosquitoes bad, and I don't want to let no mosquitoes in the truck. But maybe I can stay on long enough when I go in the house. When I go back in the house, cause he outside. He outside. 18. Buddy, my dog, y'all. For y'all that don't know, that's my buddy. Thank you for asking, 18. Yeah, he's outside. I got a big fenced-in yard, man, so he doing his thing. Mm-hmm. Yep. Google mosquitoes. I will, Shaq. Speaking of that, man, with that nanotech, the government got all little flying mosquitoes and a whole bunch of shit, mechanical mosquitoes. Y'all remember that movie Richie Rich with Macaulay Culkin back in the day in the 90s? Y'all remember Richie Rich with Macaulay Culkin? Y'all remember that mechanical golden bee? That nigga was so rich. That nigga had a drone that was shaped like a bee, a bumblebee. It was a drone. Could fly that bitch. Like I said again, movies, Hollywood is a government agency, just like the CIA, FBI, all that shit. But it's counterintelligence. They're presented as counterintelligence. As long as they're looked upon as fiction, it's a movie make believe. They could check out the movie The Disclosure. Check out Steven Spielberg's latest movie, The Disclosure. About 70 to 75% of that shit is real. The only thing that is not real about the Disclosure Alien movie is the narrative that they shape. See, this is how you gotta look at Hollywood. Well, at least this is how I look at a movie. A movie can be fiction, but what makes the movie fiction? Not the graphics, the narrative that they create makes a movie fiction or not fiction. But the graphics and how things are actually constructed can be totally 100% accurate. But when you throw a love song in there, case in point with the Titanic, with what's the nigga name? Damn. What's the dude name from that Titanic? What's the white boy name? The main character. Him. The dude that was in the movie Wolf. Him. If they put a real life event, but put it in a Hollywood movie by attaching a love story. Leonardo DiCaprio. That's it. I'm gonna read 18 and right quick. I'm gonna read a chat shit. I don't remember. Look it up. George literally just manufactured and released mosquitoes. Yes, sir. This shit been out. Shaq. In the community my father lives, and they have mosquitoes observation camps. Wow. And the mosquitoes will swarm your car and swarm whenever you outside. Yep. That's why I got this bitch locked down like Fortnite. Hell no. And Leonardo DiCaprio. Okay, yeah, him. The Titanic was based off of bankers and a wealthy families coming from England to New York to oppose what was going on during the Great Depression, y'all, with the banks and the Federal Reserve. Okay, these families were all set up to oppose what was going on with the Illuminati during that time. So they were on their way to New York. And what happened? They got a signal, because back then you only could use Telegram. They got a telegram giving them the wrong coordinates to crash, what would end up having them crash into an iceberg. What they don't tell you is who were those families that was on that boat, because all of them died. And I'm going to just leave it there. JP Morgan, John Rockefeller, Dot, you better stop acting up in here, boy. Hey, Dot, because I'm country. Dot, you better stop. Dot, you acting up, bro. Y'all see it? Y'all see it? That's the real story of the Titanic. What Dot just put. Those people were on the boat, on their way to New York. So Hollywood is allowed to give you the truth. But if we put Leonardo DiCaprio in this bitch, fucking, it's all good. We're able to put the truth in front of these dumb people, because all dumb people want to be is entertained. Ain't that what Russell Crowe said in the Titanic? Ain't that what he said to Caesar? Are you not entertained? Ain't that what he tell the people? Because that's what all we want. We don't give a fuck if you put in our face that you about to put an atom bomb, send an atom bomb and blow up the whole damn planet. As long as you can put Denzel Washington in that bitch, or Idris Elba in that bitch, we'll accept it. We'll accept it, and we'll call it entertainment. We're living in a world now where they give us chaos and we love it. Ain't that what I said in one of the laws? The law of attraction. We attract what we love. That's what's wrong with the human condition. The condition we're in, we love it. And our behavior is consistently being observed. So based on their observation of our behavior, they're only giving us what we love. It don't make sense to give somebody something that they don't like and expect them to keep consuming it, right? Mm-hmm. But brother, Doc, you crazy. Read some more of the comments. Shaq said when they inspected the Titanic before it left, they knew there was issues. Yep, they knew. They knew that stuff wasn't far. Let's see. 18. The Rothschilds, don't forget them. Yep. But however, they had a few people's dead now, but they survived the Titanic. Should I say? It was advertised as a unsinkable ship. Right. Yep. It was so big, but the engine and the rudders was too small. They knew that shit was in. That's how they advertised it. The unsinkable. That's Shaq. You cooking too, bro. Aaron, I have a bus to catch. Keep cooking. I'll catch the rest on replay. Have a great day, Mr. Listener. Oh, Aaron. Okay, hon. Be safe out there, man. I enjoyed you. Enjoyed your energy. God bless you. But yeah, Dot say the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. Yes, sir, bro. You already know what it is, man. Zion is a real place, and I give y'all a brief synopsis on what Dot talking about. There's a secret city that is close to the Earth's core called Zion, where people, the real people that's out of the matrix, where they live. Now you cannot believe me, which is your right, but I'm just giving you the real spiel. And that place is called Zion. And they put the truth in the movie The Matrix. Okay. So now I'm gonna give y'all the 11th. Hold on, I'm gonna get my Christian music going back. Damn, sorry y'all. That old man stuff was alright. Alright, now. So now we at the 11th law. We got 2 more laws, then we're gonna go into something else. But you know, I just had to get these 12 laws so and watch the replay like Aaron gonna do. You know what I mean? I'm gonna read. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. So we are on the 11th law. This is the law of rhythm. Nothing is permanent. Ah. And what I was talking about with the previous law, huh? When I was talking about the law of the transmutation of energy, like we all are constantly evolving and ascending, trying to become the best version of ourselves. And anything that is alive that aren't going through the necessary changes of the caterpillar to the cocoon to the butterfly in that order, we have to start examining, are they human? Because ascension is a natural process for living organisms. I'm talking about human beings. I'm talking about living organisms. Living organisms. Its proper its proper state is to constantly be changing and evolving, which is also the mindset of the human being, mankind. We operate under the law of rhythm. Our heartbeat has rhythm. Okay? So when you start to see people that ain't got no rhythm, you might have to look at them and say, are you human? Let's check the genetics. Everything operates off of rhythm. Everything. Because everything, rhythmic, it means math. Okay? Essentially, everything can be broken down into a mathematical equation. Okay? And those variables exemplify rhythm, cadence. Life happens in cadence, in rhythm, which is consistently what? Changing, evolving. Nothing's permanent. Nothing is set in stone. Nothing is forever. But God's love, the way we sleep and awake. Yes, thank you. Caucadian, bro. Hey, Doc, you on point, man. There's a new Rick and Morty episode that explains it. So wait, and I love Rick and Morty, Shaq. I love Rick and Morty. So we gonna get into it. And that cartoon crazy anyway. I love it. But yeah. So number 12, the law of gender. And that is the final law that I'm gonna give y'all today. That's 12. The law of gender. You might be like, what the hell is that? Manifestation requires a balance of energies, masculine and feminine. Did you hear what I just said? in order to manifest any type of life, we ain't even got to talk about human beings. You must obtain two energies, whether it's from the North Pole or South Pole, because we live in a what? Polarity universe, which is law 7. So everything is dealing in duality. The apex of that duality falls under the helm of masculine and feminine energy, which is the law of gender. And when you think of masculine and feminine energy, you don't have to think of testosterone and hormones. Okay? You don't have to think in terms of genetics, of hormones and testosterone. These chemicals that are released from the brain, okay, rest in both man and woman. Men and women, we both testosterone and hormones. But what happens? A chemical imbalance. Manifestation requires a balance of energies, masculine and feminine. I hope y'all picking up what I'm putting down. That doesn't always equate to sex. The masculine the masculine metaphor to mathematics is addition. Okay? And the feminine aspect to mathematics is subtraction. Those are polar opposites. So he giveth, so he taketh away. As above, so below. Okay? The negative connotation has one line that's going horizontal. Okay? The addition of a line comes when the line only intersects the vertical line and the horizontal line and becomes vertical. But do you notice that the two lines, when they are polar opposites, when they don't touch, that means that they are opposed. Think of two magnets that you put two South Pole magnets together. They create what you call a magnetic field. It's an invisible field that you cannot see with the naked eye that is created, that causes friction between two of the same poles. You can't. They're fighting against each other, which lets you know, which is a scientific expression of how the world was created, because the world is one giant magnet, which kind of conducts electromagnetic electricity. Our bodies are electromagnetic. We are walking electricity, and we're walking magnets. That's why you can get static shock when you're walking across your carpet, pow, and hit the doorknob. That's why if you put your goddamn hand in that socket, you ain't gonna be able to just get your hand back, because those are two polar opposite energies that are attracted. But if you had the same negative connotation as that outlet, it'll create a field. Shaq, That was the most important thing in evolution. Sex was what allows single cell organisms to become, yes, multi-cellular. Bro, you on point. You on point with it. That's what they don't understand, Shaq. Is beyond like doing the do. Like the masculine and the feminine aspect is examples all across the board throughout nature and how the natural order of things, bro. Each organism has to have a seed and egg, period. But when you look mathematically, subtraction is only one line. Addition is two lines, but they intersect. Balance, my phone just died. Balance, okay? Balance are two lines that are opposing. They can't intersect. They're not connected. You think that was on purpose? You damn right. You damn right. I think it was on purpose. I got my notes in my phone, so it's like my other phone. I got like 3 phones, and I want to start reading more from my notes, but I like that music that was going on too. So it's like, but my other phone for the music died. So I'm like, should I just read from my notes and then start the music on this phone too? I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go on the internet on this phone right quick and find some of that good old worship music, and then go to my back to my notes. Thank y'all for bearing with me, man. I felt like that soft music is playing in the background is a good vibe for me to, you know what I mean, talk about this stuff with. Let's see.
What if I told you that the moment your book is published?
Yeah, YouTube in there, commercials. I don't know if I like that one. Let's see. Okay, I like this. All right, so I'm gonna pause that. Go back to my notes and see. All right, so we covered all of the universal laws that I had. And Cookie, hey, what's up, girl? How you doing, man? I'm chilling. I'm glad you listening, man. God is good. Happy Monday, man. I just wanna thank God for everybody that pulled up today, man. I appreciate it. Y'all could be doing anything the hell y'all want, bro. So the fact that y'all here sharing with me, like I said, we all connected in my opinion. I look at y'all as family, so it is what it is. I'm glad y'all here for real. But yeah, we done covered all the universal laws and shit. I done preached, talked and stuff. But I got some other stuff I want to chop it up with y'all about too. You know what I mean? So I felt like, well, we gonna start here. I feel like we all got, we all fall under the guise of following universal law in totality. That's why I kind of went through all of them. So no matter what religion, no matter what color, creed, race, sex, pretty much all of these laws are universal. You know what I mean? And that work. So no matter what you believe in, Christianity, Buddhism, atheism, damn it, you're not exempt from these universal laws if you're a part of the universe, which I call the big university. We are a part of the same universe. We are a part of the same school, university. So we are part of the same school. Ain't none of us got all the damn answers. But if we could come together and piece this shit together, I think we'll be good. Shane said, okay. Yeah. But yeah, so now I want to talk about what I like to call the 12 laws of karma. We all got laws that we're not exempt from. You jump off a 100-story roof, chances are you ain't gonna make it. Well, I feel like, yo, there are certain things that if you put out into the world, you're gonna automatically get back, and it's non-negotiable. You know what I'm saying? So we could get into that. So I put 12 of those as well. So the first one is what I call the great law. Okay. Whatever we put into the universe will come back to your ass. I'm gonna roll me up a note while I'm here. Think about that. Whatever you put out, you're gonna get back. You reap what you sow, right? How are you gonna plant an apple tree, an apple seed, and expect an orange tree to come up? But you put an apple tree. This shit may seem elementary, but no matter where you come from, you are not exempt from these basic, simple ways of living. And so one person might ask, like, yo, Mr. Lister, and I'm about to I'll tell you, I'm gonna go back and forth between my notes and the music. I feel like the worship music helped me. Yeah. So one must ask, like, yo, Mr. Lister, why do you feel like you gotta talk about the most elementary aspects of the human condition and how we conduct ourselves in society? Simple, because we gotta get back to the basics, yo. And what I mean by that, we have to get back to the basics as to what connects us as human beings. In hopes, for me, I hope to do this to bring us together, so we can see if we can have some empathy for each other. Because look at how fucked up the world is, man. Look at how everything is designed to separate us. And it has been that way by design. There's always some type of competition or race. And we like it based on sports. Wow, that's probably why the politics in sports are so much. I get it now. We like shit that oppose each other to see who gonna win and who gonna lose. But we don't think about it like that because that's harmless. That's just sports. But we're not thinking about double and triple entendres that are being played on our psyche, and somebody is packaging all of that together to make profit money. Henceforth, making you a slave, making us slaves. We're slaves to football. We slaves to basketball. We slaves. But the mental state is set up that for us not to think that we slaves because we like it and enjoy it. We're enjoying what we're watching. Somebody always got to win and somebody always got to lose. We like that. But the concept of who would want to watch a game and both teams win? What competition do you want to watch where one team ain't winning and one team ain't losing? Everybody win every goddamn thing. Who want to watch that? You see? We don't enjoy two winners. Everybody can't win. We don't like that. Subconscious. When God gave us the victory. So we all won. He's already won. But this is the magic that's happened. This is a subconscious game. This is a subconscious game. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness and principalities in high places. Those high places require people with money and resources. Those are the people who have life mapped to a science, and they understand the social construct of how America works. Half the people that own these sports teams are not into sports. Donald Trump is going to all of this sporting shit. He was just at the World Cup. He was just at the NBA Finals. He was at the Super Bowl. These people they're not interested in sports, but their campaign interest lies with the sports owners. The sports owners are campaign donors. And guess what? That president is protecting his best interest by supporting his biggest campaign donors. They just so happily own a damn NFL team. Whoop-de-doo. AKA Robert Kraft with the New England Patriots. Shaq. Well, even nature is, Jim. Yes, sir. That game theory, bro. Hey, man, listen, Shaq, you on point, bro. Straight up. Everything is set up for competition. But it is put in the things that we hold dear, like sports. But we don't that the politics and the spiritual asset of opposing energies, and how those stadiums and how those arenas are architecturally built to harness human energy. See, what's wrong with us is we only believe in shit that we can see. Right? That's what that verse comes, faith without works is dead. Because works has to be something tangible that people can see. You telling me you believe in nothing, but people don't see nothing, no steps that you took to put yourself in position to manifest it. You know? So go back to stop that for a minute. Go back to my notes. Let's see. Yeah. So the great law, whatever we put into the universe will come back to us. Okay. That's the first law of the 12 laws of karma. All right. The second law of the 12 laws of karma is the law of creation. We are all set up and designed to be creators, whether it's a content creator, whether it's a person that creates chaos, whether it's a person that creates art or creates anything, build shit, anything. We are all designed and made to create something, create noise, create confusion. That's what we're constantly manifesting and creating, and we don't even realize it. So I like to look at it as like life don't happen by itself type shit, okay? It's like we gotta make it happen. You know, it kind of go into the faith without works, dead is dead type thing. Like we can choose and step back and look and be the observer and understand that our steps are being ordered, and we can look at life as the examiner from time to time. Yeah, sure. But if you want to go somewhere, you first must know where you want to go. What's the use of getting in a car and starting that bitch if you don't have in your mind a destination? What's the point? Y'all get it? What's the point of getting in a car if you don't have anywhere to go and starting that bitch? You know? $18.18. What up, man? Cookie, everybody. I'm so glad y'all here. And like I said, man, I'm just vibing, man. You know? I'm just vibing. I ain't really got no set. I done lost track of time. I don't even know what time it is. What time is it? Let's see. Oh, 12 o'clock. Lunchtime already. All right. So, yeah. So, the second law to karma is creation. Okay. Life doesn't happen by itself. We had to make it happen. The third law of karma is the law of humility. Humble thyself. Okay? Humble. If you humble thyself and turn from your wicked ways, you hear me? We must what? Accept something before we can change it. Right? Ain't that what they say for about people that have a problem? What's the first step to solving a problem? Acknowledging you have a problem. Nobody is exempt from that karma. Because none of us are perfect. So if we're trying to always consistently be the best version of ourselves, right? We first have to understand that we must have to humble ourselves to learn something new, to want to change our condition. And by humbling yourself, that's only saying, yo, I got a problem. But if I'm trying to justify what it is instead of a problem, that's called denial. And that's internal. You know what I'm saying? That's an internal adjective. Okay. So let's see. So yeah, and this is what I also want to say too, because we still dealing with the law of humility right now. Let me go back. Humility. Place. Law. Okay. Yeah. We still talking about the 12 laws of karma, and we are on law 3, which is the law of humility. Okay. Now I'm gonna get back to my music so I can deal with more of the humility aspect. Mm-hmm. Yo, all right. In order to learn anything new, there has to be some type of humility within you that's blocking out everything you think you know about what it is that you want to excel in, elevate. Okay? So if, let's say me and Shaq, since you up here, shenanigans, or 18, let's say we all having a debate. And what we're having a debate about is, uh, let's say politics. And and we all have our jobs that we do, but you are an actual politician, 18, right? And me and you and shenanigans are arguing about politics. We definitely making some good points and some good headway, but you're speaking from the experience of being a politician, let's say for 20, 30 years. Are we really interested in knowing how politics work, or we are interested in being heard in a debate? Hey, Shelly B, good morning, girl. Good morning, man. I'm glad you're here, Shelly B. Happy morning, girl. But think about it. If 18 is qualified to talk about what we're talking about because she's actually a politician, why wouldn't we want to? Why wouldn't we want to humble ourselves and listen to her perspective, being that her perspective is actually coming from a political background? What in us would want us to continue to debate somebody when we're talking to somebody who has expertise in the topic that we're debating? Where does that come from? There's somebody who is incapable and willing not to change or learn or evolve or excel or ascend. The most the most smartest people in the world are the most humblest. You ever notice that? Hmm? The smartest people in the world are the most humble people in the world. The most talented and gifted people in the world are the most down to earth people. And the people who are snobby are mediocre. You ever notice that? They feel, since they halfway there, they feel like as long as I act this way, it'll make up for the part that I'm lacking. Ty Pro, salute to you, my boy. What's going on, my guy? I hope everything good with you, bro. Hey, y'all, Ty Pro is another one sharp in here, man. He up on his game. Hey, Ty Pro, we got some sharp ones in here today, Doc. I ain't gonna lie, man. My boy Black Dot, shenanigans, 18. Yo, I'm glad. Aaron, who was here earlier. Shit, Dante. Yeah, man, got sharp people in the chat today, man. So yeah, man. So I just want to I feel like the right type of people are coming together, Ty Pro. You know what I mean? Cats like us who look at life from an analytical and a spiritual aspect, and are able to give balanced opinions and responses to what's going on in reality today. You know what I'm saying? And not totally in denial to what's going on beyond what we can see. So, yeah. So I just got up this morning, Ty Pro, just on some random shit. Like, you know what, man? I'm just go live on. I'm feeling very thankful. So if I can just get maybe a little bit of devotion time and just pour into my own personal notes. So yeah, y'all. Yeah, man. 18 say, hey, hey, Ty Pro. But yeah, man, I'm about to get back on my notes, get into y'all. So yeah, So the 12 laws of karma, dealing with the third one was humility. The fourth law of karma is the law of growth. Okay. So this is simply meaning by changing ourselves, we can change other people's lives. Okay. By changing ourselves, by doing the work within us first, then we'll be able to be effective to change everything else outside of our world, because we're all individual universes. We are all a corporate in the collective universe, but we all are walking planets, all of us. And we got moons and stars and all that shit, even down to the internal parts of your body, the big and small intestines. You know what I mean? Like how everything is shaped is literally mirroring the Milky Way, which is our galaxy, by the way. Okay, so pretty much all the shadow work and all the internal things that we're doing, we're trying to become better people, not for us, but we're only here to serve. And it's like if we're not giving any service, how can we expect for anybody to serve us effectively? Yes, Shelly B, I'm so glad you're here, man. Tapro say I'm rocking with it, listening while getting ready for work. Great, 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 great. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you too, Shelly B, for pulling up. But yeah. So the fifth law of karma is the law of responsibility. That's why I like to call the law of responsibility. And pretty much what I wrote was we are responsible for what happens to our lives. And we can't blame that shit on nobody else. And if we're not responsible what happens in our own life, we are responsible for how we respond to it. Because at the end of the day, if we're trying to recover from any type of trauma or anything in particularly that happens, there has to come a point of action. And that point of action cannot happen from anybody other than us, which starts in the mind, our mindset. Shelly, thank you. Thank you, man. That means a lot to me, Shelly. You was so sweet, man. My boy Shat say the tripping part is we just vessels for, yes, bro, microbes. Come on, bro. That make a collective, come on, decision on what we do and survive. Yes, bro. We don't understand the divine intelligence of whence how we are created. The whole blueprint to how we were created as mankind is to create energy. We don't understand that there are multiple versions of yourself that exist. We don't understand anything outside of the 3D parameters of our dimension. But we're getting there through AI for sure. And spiritually, people don't want to accept the ascension the process dealing with fourth, fifth, sixth dimension. AI in the natural 3D is gonna excel us through the quantum realm. See, when we're dealing with the spiritual side of it, it's called metaphysics. That's why Facebook changed its name to Meta. But when you're dealing with the science part of it, it's called quantum, quantum physics. Okay. So the spiritual is the meta, like the social construct, and the analytical side is the quantum physics. But yeah, pretty much the fifth law of karma, which is responsibility, is pretty much telling you, man, the decisions that we have to make to ascend and to become the best version of ourselves lies on us. Nobody else. We cannot put that responsibility on somebody else to change us, to make us nothing. Can't nobody change nobody. Do you understand how crazy that sounds? Can you imagine how many relationships, whether it's relationship, like relational, like together, y'all go together, or whatever, friends, people are depending on others to change them. I would never put that on none of y'all to try put that responsibility on that to change me. And that also shows that you are good with you. You are comfortable in how God created you. Your like for me, cricket teeth, being obese, whatever, your complexion ain't what you want it to be. However you feel your imperfections is, God looks at you as perfect. And we have a problem with accepting that, and we are fearfully and wonderfully made in God's sight. How God made me is perfect. Why don't I feel like I'm perfect? Because God made me. I'm good enough. I'm comfortable in my own skin because I understand that God was thinking about me when he made me. And God said, let us make man in our own image. So I'm made in the image of God. And that's beautiful. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying neglect the things we need to do to become better as a person. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is there is a level of love for yourself that you will appreciate and find value in yourself while on the journey of becoming better. You can value yourself where you are and still want to ascend to be better. You know what I'm saying? Shaq said, yes, bro. We have the welcome AI wherever we like it. Yep. Whether we like it or not. Yep. Our brain can only process so much information. AI allows us to process what we can't perceive, which henceforth the quantum computer, brother, the quantum chip. And that's where we're going. So either way, whether it's through spiritual ascension or whether it's through the quantum world, we are going to ascend, kicking and screaming, whether we like it or not. Henceforth, now we're talking about reality. Now we're getting into holograms. Okay. So, Shaq, shenanigans, not only when we're dealing with AI, you got to understand that the whole social construct of facial recognition is at an all-time high. And like you said, being able to problem solve 5,000-digit equations in a matter of seconds. Typro said, Joe Rogan believes AI is the second coming of Jesus. Hey, you put an LOL on that, Typro. What's so funny about that concept? If you believe it, especially if we saying Jesus made everything. The human has been evolving and transmuting since the beginning. Ooh, Typro. Boy, you start cute, you cooking already. Bruh, you just literally said one of my 12 universal laws. I'm gonna go back to it. Boy, you cooking. You are cooking. Hold on. I got you, bro. All right, boom. Hold on. Yeah, boom. The law of perpetual transmutations of energy. Transmuting, bro. This is what we're talking about. Now we're getting into the concept of how Hollywood, which is a government agency for the 15th time, which is like the CIA and the FBI, they put the truth in these movies because they are allowed to spin and create a narrative around the truth. So when we're talking about transmuting, we're talking about mutation, transmutation, the transference of energy and what that energy does. Mutants, transmutants. Henceforth, the new X-Men movie is about to come out. Mutants, meaning in our body, we are made up and neither be lost nor destroyed, just transformed from one party, transmuted from one party to the next. That is the universal law of how energy works. If we are a big ball of energy, we are made up of elements that make up the universe within our own blood and within our own DNA. So who's to say in the right conditions that are created, we are being transmuted, becoming mutants? Hold on, y'all. I got a call. What up, y'all? I'm back. My coworker called me, man, chopping it up to me about another coworker. So I'm sorry that everybody left, but I understand why. I understand why y'all left. But I was being selfish because I didn't want to leave y'all. So the fact that y'all left probably should be a clue to me that it's time to go. But I think what I will do is try to at least get through. I appreciate that, Shaq. I appreciate that, fam. I do. I'm gonna read these comments though. I read Ty Pros when he was here, when he was like, the human has been evolving and transmuting since the beginning, and I agree. And before I got my phone call from my coworker, I was talking about the X-Men movie that was coming out, and explaining how, for the 17th time, Hollywood is a government agency like the CIA and FBI and everything else. They are charged to present us with the truth, but make it fiction by creating and shaping the narrative that comes out of it. So with the X-Men uh, movie coming out, it's called X-Men going back to 1997. And so what we're looking at essentially is the mutant having mutant powers, having supernatural powers through the mutation through their through their genetics. Okay. Shat says even evolution is based off of mutations that develop over time simply because they help an organism survive. Absolutely. Ooh. Ooh. Boy, you just dropped a bomb, boy. Mutations that are not helpful die off over time. Every time we see today is clearly the highest level of evolution at a specific point in time. That's deep. 18. I can't hear anything. It's been like that for a few minutes. Yeah, 18. I was on the phone with a coworker. I'm sorry. I put the phone on mute. Shaq said, no, I'm chilling. Okay, 18 said, no, we can hear you now. Yeah, I took the phone off mute. Yeah, man. I might as well, I'm gonna give y'all a little brief synopsis of what I was on the phone with without getting into too many details, right? I was working with a coworker, and we all was working, and something came up where we don't have a clear supervisor with my colleagues, right? So all of us are kind of on an even scale at my job, right? Being that we don't have a specific overhead until we start talking about vice chair and CEO shit. We all our own entities, right? But we all have to work. All of our jobs have to work in concert together to make this thing go, right? All right, bam. What he was doing in his department was interfering with a few other coworkers and what we all do, right? But he has tenure at our company. So I guess in his fucking mind, he in his mind think he runs shit, right? So we kind of had a back and forth with a little issue we was both working on something together on, right? And so before shit got kind of crazy in the moment, because we still working, I I fell back and I just left. I went to fuck home, right? And so my coworker called me and said, like, man, shit, I ain't never seen you leave work so fast. Like, right? I know something wrong, right? And so I kind of went to him and told him what, and he agreed, like, man, hell yeah, that shit was fucked up. I had an air, so everybody, not feeling this nigga, but I told him, I said, man, outside of you calling me about that, I won't even think about that shit. I'm over that shit. So he called me, thinking something was wrong with me, being that I left so early. And nah, that wasn't it. So yeah, that's what that was. So, but anyway, that's what that phone call was about. So now, getting back to the X-Men and the mutants. We are all X-Men. I like it too, Dante. I grew up on that shit. What? We are all X-Men, being that we all have traits of mutation through evolution. Okay? We are consistently in mutation mode. So Typro put that together very well. Okay. Let me get through these the rest of these laws of karma, and I'll get out y'all way. All right. So the fifth law, okay, I'm gonna go through the 12 laws of karma right quick, just for y'all. Is it's the great law, which is the first law, which is whatever you put in the universe, it'll come back to you. The second law of karma, the law of creation. Life does not happen by itself. We have to make it happen. Number 3, the law of humility. We must first learn to accept something before we can change it. The first, the building blocks of learning comes from somebody who's humble. Okay. The fourth law of karma is the law of growth. Okay. So by changing ourselves, we change our lives and we change the lives of others. Okay. So if we don't internally and change things like our heart, our morale, how we conduct business, how can we expect anything around us outside of our own circumference to change? And definitely we can't change nobody else. That you could just take that idea out your damn mind. Okay. Yo, way back. What up? X-Man is my joint. Hell yeah. So after we talk about this karma shit, let's fuck with the X-Men. Fuck it. Let's break it down. Let's talk about how each of the X-Men show traits of our traits of elements, because I told you my job deals in the manipulation of elements. Okay. Every day, all day. So the elements of this universe in particularly, the X-Men deals with the mutation of the elements internally, expressed outwardly, okay, through mutation through our DNA, okay, which happens in stages. Caterpillar, cocoon, butterfly. Circle of life repeats itself again. Okay. As we age, we are also decomposing. Okay. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, all that shit. Okay. So now, the sixth law, I'm sorry, yeah. The fifth law is the law of responsibility. We are responsible for what happens in our own lives. Okay. Number 6, the law of connection. The past, the present, and the future are all connected. Okay. And the bridge that connects the past and the future is the present, because the present is always constant. The present can never be stable. Time is linear. Time goes in a straight line. Think of time as a timeline. Well, that's why they create timelines, okay? Time goes linear. It only goes forward. Time cannot be reversed. It cannot go backwards. Time is irreversible in this 3D reality. Okay? Time is linear. So, my boy Black Dot, I'm gonna take a play. I'm gonna call him my boy Dot. I'm gonna take from his name, dot. That dot represents dark matter, which everything comes from. And out of that dot, life exists. So from the dot, then you need, which represents a point. We're talking about destination, journey, acknowledging who we are, anything alive. Okay. So once the dot happens, the dot has to have a destination. The point has to have a point of reference. The point always has to point to something, the origin. Henceforth, our journey, a path. A path is linear. So you have a starting point or a dot, then you got a line. This is how creation started, okay? Creation starts being directional, being intentional, okay? So from a dot, which is the first dimension, the second dimension becomes the line. What connects a line is the third dimension. What projects from the line, from the structure of the connected lines, is the fourth dimension, the gram or hologram or the gram. You measure what? Units of solids by grams. Gram. You measure units of liquid through what? Fluid ounces. Okay? You can manipulate elements by changing the conditions of the environment. By you changing the conditions of the environment, you are transmuting energy. Case in point, you are changing a liquid to a solid by changing the environment of that liquid, by manipulating the temperature. So by you either freezing or reaching the boiling point of this liquid, you can change the elements of the same material. Henceforth, if you freeze it below the freezing point, the liquid turns into a solid. And if you raise the temperature of that liquid past the boiling point, it becomes a gas. The same material. Now we are creating and manipulating the elements. So we have three different entities of expression just based off of one material. That's called karma, okay? That's called alchemy, okay? So now we deal with the law of connection, which is the past, the present, and the future. The bridge between the past and the present and the future is the present, okay? So the past represents negative numbers. The future represents positive numbers. Think of time as a timeline of integers. Y'all remember integers, don't you? The starting point is 0 in the middle, balance. 0 is non-judgmental. Either anything that you multiply in multiples of 0 is what? Case in point. Anything times 0. Think of any damn number you want. Make up a number. Multiply it by 0. See what the calculator say. Y'all all right? Everybody good? Henceforth, we talk about the X-Men. All X-Men are creative caricatures made to show us our true selves. Each one of us have the capability of becoming an X-Men because we all carry elements of this planet inside of our DNA as doormat. Okay? And I'll get in more in that in a minute. So, after the law of connection, we have the law of focus. Okay? We cannot think of two different things at the same time. Have you ever thought about that? Try to have a discussion with two different people. Try to have two different conversations simultaneously. Can you do it? Can you have I'm talking about literally at the same time you're talking, engaging with somebody, and somebody's talking to you, and you not taking a pause to who you first talking to, who's addressing you next. You literally are engaging with somebody, and still while you're engaging with them, you're able to engage the new person that wants to engage at the same time. It's fucking impossible. We are built to compartmentalize everything. So you cannot have and this is the 12 laws of karma that we're all subject to. The law of focus. We cannot think of two different things at the same time. We can't do it because we can't talk or express ourselves to multiple people at the same time and address their needs too. Okay? Now, there is the law of giving and hospitality. Being hospitable. Okay? Being nice. Okay? Our behaviors should match in our thoughts and actions. Think about that. How we behave should exemplify what we say and what we think. Meaning, if somebody is studying our behavior, they should be able to pretty much get a holistic idea of what we're about through observation. Because let me tell you something, the government is constantly observing us, surveillance, because we are being socially engineered. Okay? Through religion, through politics, through entertainment, and through economics. Okay? And culture. For sure. Right? So, what number are we at now? Okay, we at 8. So, being able to be genuinely ourselves should just be enough for people to understand who we are and where we're coming from. Okay. Number 9, the law of the here and now. Okay. So pretty much that's saying we cannot be present if we are looking backwards. Okay. Do you understand what that means? Hmm? We cannot be present if we are thinking backwards. What are you talking about, Mr. Lister? Didn't I just tell you time is linear? Time can only go forward. You can slow down time by freezing it, liquidizing it. Okay. You can be in denial about time by turning the liquid into vapor. You can manipulate the conditions of time, okay, to manipulate time, but you cannot derail the direction of time. Time is only headed straight forward. Time is what? Horizontal. The spirit is vertical, right? The spirit is vertical. Time in the carnal world is vertical. I mean, is horizontal, and it goes straight. You know. 18 said, always look forward and live in the present, not the past. Woo! Amen, 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 amen. 18. You preaching better than they saying amen. Because I agree 100%. Always look forward and live in the present. Because the present is always existing. The present is always changing and evolving. The present is a present. It's a gift. The present is a gift. It's an opportunity. Not the past. Let the past go. Girl. Mm-hmm. My boy Shaq says the brain computes the present and outputs is based off of the prediction. That's right. Probability versus possibility. I agree with that, Shaq. I agree. So number 10 on the law of karma list. The law of change. Oh shit. Here we go. Here we go. History responds to itself until we learn. Okay? We got to learn from it. And once we learn from the history, we'll be able to change. History represents the past, does it not? So it is important to let go of the past. And it's important to let go of the past because the present is the bridge between the future, was what I said earlier. You have the past, and then you got a bridge, which is the present, which you always carry, which is a present, and then you have the future. And until you're willing to cross the bridge of the present to get to the future, you're going to be stuck in the past. Yep. But see, the past represents history. You always have the opportunity to change history and make history. History is developed to be made. History is made. So you make your own past. You're making history, you're making your past, which is legacy. All of that means past. So past and path are the same. Are you hearing me? Path and past is the same concept. Right? Journey is future. Path is past. The spirit, which time doesn't operate in the spirit. Time, God is at the beginning and end of time. What he said, the author and finisher of our faith, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end simultaneously. So God represents the present. God is within us. Greater is he that is within us than he that is within the world, right? So the present is within us because God is a present. God is the gift. The Holy Spirit is a gift. I leave you a comforter, right? So spirit, which God is a spirit. Those that worship him must worship him in the spirit and in truth. God is a spirit, and that same spirit dwells in us, right? That spirit represents the present. The physical world represents the past. And the ascension represents the future. The inner man ascending to the high version of the evolution. Evolution is the future. The 3D reality in our carnal thinking, our conscious mind is the past, and the present, which we carry with everywhere, which never ages, by the way. Your spirit never ages, even though the body is a vessel and the body decomposes. That's what age and past mean. Past also means decomposition. Okay. But the soul is the present, which does not age. And I like what you said, Shaq, like the brain. The brain is like a computer, a CPU processor. And it doesn't know the difference between reality and what's not reality. But the reality has to be created. Because if the brain naturally knew what was real and what wasn't, why can you explain so many people with so many mental disabilities? Or so many people who really don't have a mental disability, but like are kind of detached from reality? Because if it was just made and automatic that everybody just knew what was real and what wasn't, it would be a natural organism, like breathing, like our lungs. Our lungs are an involuntary organism that doesn't need a processor to get it to work. The lungs operate off of the brain through rhythm. That's like your heartbeat has an involuntary rhythm. So your breathing has a rhythm as well. That's why the lungs coat the heart. The lungs are around, they gate the heart, they're around the heart. That's not by accident. So yes. So now we are at number 11 on the law of karma, the law of patience and reward. The most valuable rewards require persistence. Okay? Do you hear that? The most valuable rewards require persistence, meaning, bro, you have to keep trying. Good things come to those who wait. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Those that endure to the end. These are Christian terms. Those that wait on the Lord shall renew your strength. You know what I mean? Straight up. It's like the story of the colloquium of the tortoise and the hare. Same shit. Everybody is telling the same story, y'all. Everybody is telling the same story. And I just want to tell each and every one of y'all are good enough. God fearfully and wonderfully made each and every one of us in his image. And I just want to let y'all know y'all are all beautiful. Y'all have beautiful minds. Y'all are all handsome and attractive. And y'all are good enough. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I claim right now everybody is whole. Like, we don't have no mental health problems. It's the conditions of which we are in that make us mentally respond to what's going on. But ain't nobody walking around with no mental problems. What you gonna start doing is seeing a lot of mutations though. Henceforth, like the X-Men. I'm telling you, man. You're gonna start seeing people do some astronomical things if they not already. Things you would never dream. All because the elements in their DNA is being manipulated by the conditions. Henceforth, Superman. Superman is from Krypton, right? But when he enters Earth, he has more powers than the regular human being because of the conditions of Earth. And by that, it's a byproduct of Superman. But if you take Superman off of Earth and put him in Krypton, what'll happen to you? You'll become Superman. See, they don't tell you that story. They don't ever write a story of Superman being on his own home planet where everybody's equal, everybody the same. And you go to Superman planet. You become Superman. But see, we don't want to acknowledge that because we want to blame the devil and whoever else we can create the blame for our conditions. Instead of asking God to give us everything we need and the motivation to get it done on our own. Including me, which I need to start doing. Shat says to an ant, their only perception is chemical. Right. Which is work. That is all ants are created to do. Work. And you don't see none of them motherfuckers on strike. None of them motherfuckers complaining to the boss about they doing too much work. That's all ants were created to do. You had a queen. All she was created to do was procreate. That's it. She's the most fertile, so therefore she has the key to our existence, our entire existence. Right. Ain't nobody giving homage or recognition or nothing. It's understanding that everybody has a role, and the mark of a good leader, whether a queen, a king, or president, or whoever, is to make sure that nobody feels superior or inferior. That everybody's role is valued at the same intensity and level. That that that's why you don't have to worry about nobody's expectations, because if everybody goes into a particular project together, understanding that everybody is equally valuable into making something work, you got a beautiful thing. Shaq says they all work as one whole super. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Organism with the with one consciousness. That's right. That's how the quantum computer work, bro. And that's how pretty much Freemasonry works. And now now you know what I mean. Now we're dealing with we're talking about the protractor and the mallet when we talking about masonry and the sacred geometry. You know what I mean? We're talking about crafting the best version of yourself. How do we craft that? Get you. That was my dog, y'all. Hold on, because his nails is long. Get out of here! Hold on. Let y'all see, buddy. Look at him. Dude, stop. He hopped on me. I think he's scared. I think he heard that. I think he heard that thunder, man, and got scared. Look at him. You scared? You scared? You scared? All right, go on. I'll be back. There you go. I'm back. And I started raining. Shit, my dog heard that damn thunder, bro. That nigga hopped on my damn. Nigga hopped on the door. My dog a big wuss, bro. He a big wuss, man. My dog is a big wuss. I can't believe he did that shit. Through my whole shit up. Let's see what the chat say. Okay. Bro, I'm telling humans we're meant to be a eusocial species, but billions of years of epidemic trauma fragmented our consciousness. Yeah. I should have brought my glasses out of here, y'all. I'm telling you my age. Yeah, I should have brought my glasses out. But yeah, bro, I agree with that, man. You got all type of genetic splicing is going on, man. That's all it is. But through it's being exposed through our mental state, bro. Any type of genetic engineering that you're talking about, because that's essentially all it is. Genetic engineering. Now we're talking about Jacob in the Bible and Esau and what essentially what he was doing. And we talking about the 12 tribes of Israel. It got all that shit in the Bible, bro. Separating the spotted goats and the sheep from the whole ones. There's books too from the Bible that's been taken out, man. A lot of what I'm talking about, I'm coming from the Book of Enoch. There's 3 books to the Book of Enoch. I just read the first one. There's 2 more. There's a few books that are discredited. One of them is called the Book of Asherah, which is the God's wife. There's a book that was created. Henceforth, some scholars discredit it, but the book does exist. It's called the Book of Asherah. Y'all can look it up. Essentially describing God's wife. Okay. Then there's the Book of Solomon. I'm gonna tap into that too. Describing his actual constructs of how he built the temple of God, the first the temple of Israel, and essentially laying the groundwork for Freemasonry. Freemasonry is cloaked around the teachings of Solomon and Solomon's temple. Okay, but we'll talk about that another time. Yeah. Everything worked together, yo. So when we talk about Enoch, the book of Enoch, it specifically talks about Jacob's role climbing Jacob's ladder in his deposition with genetic splicing and creating the 12 tribes of Israel. It also talks about extraterrestrials. It talks about mermaids, which are called sirens. In the book of Enoch, they're called sirens. Mermaids are called sirens, and giants are called Nephilim. So, thinking now, I can see why this motherfucker Constantine, who was the Caesar of Rome during this time under the 12 Council. This is the establishment of the whole church and state thing. Getting away from the monarchy and establishing government and establishing law. Rome was responsible for that. And what we do now, Catholicism is Rome. Everything that we do is cloaked in the tradition of the Roman Empire, including our Christian religion, our state. Our state of Christianity is based off of Roman pretenses and concepts. Henceforth, Paul wrote the Bible, or like 70% of it. The rest comes from the Old Testament Dead Sea Scrolls. But Paul wrote all the New Testament, bro. Jesus Christ. Paul wrote Jesus Christ. The Old Testament is the prophecy, and the New Testament is the prophecy fulfilled. But in the Old Testament, it doesn't mention Jesus. It mentions of a Savior and a coming Messiah. Okay? It also mentions the order of Melchizedek. And Melchizedek is the first depiction of the Son of God in the Bible, in the Old Testament. And a lot of people don't even understand who is Melchizedek and what happened in that parable. Once you find out who is Melchizedek, we'll be able to identify God's chosen people. We'll be able to identify with who God's chosen people is. Because I don't want to just give it to you, man. I really want you to fact check this shit, bro. Matter of fact, I'm going to give you this last law, and then we're going to tap into Melchizedek, because that ties into Apocalypse and in the X-Men. Okay? Apocalypse was an Egyptian deity. Okay? So anyway, the last and final law of the laws of karma is the law of significance and inspiration. Okay. Rewards are a result of the effort and energy we put into it, period. So the whole concept of receiving and giving and gifting all comes from service, which was my first premise from when I first started this live. We are all created to serve one another. We are all each other's gifts because we are essential for each other's existence. We are. So now that we've talked about, and I go through them again. Let's see. Now that we talked about the 12 universal laws in the beginning, was the law of divine oneness, the law of divine vibration, the law of let me see, yeah, the law of honest, the law of attraction, the law of action, the law of cause and effect, and the law of competition. Okay. We also have the law of transmission of energy. Okay. We got the law of relativity, the law of polar realities or polarity. Number 11, the law of rhythm, and 12, the law of gender. Okay. Now I'm going to list the 12 laws of karma for you. I just told you the 12 laws of the universe. 12 laws of karma is the great law, which is the first law, the second law, the law of creation, third, the law of humility, the fourth, the law of growth, fifth, the law of responsibility, sixth, the law of connection, seven, the law of focus, eight, the law of giving and hospitality, number nine, the law of here and now, number 10, the law of change, number 11, the law of patience and reward, and number 12, the law of significance and inspiration. Yeah, yo. So I feel like I'll be doing this more. You know what I mean? Um, we definitely gonna get back on to what we talk about though on the live streams. Cause I got some shit right here that I put down that some shit that I want to go over and actually create a live stream on and you know what I mean, build on it. But this was kind of a little uh, pop up. Little I don't know. I was feeling devotion today, and so I put on some inspirational music, which I'm about to put back on now and chop it up with y'all. I was just feeling grateful. I was just feeling grateful, yo. Feeling grateful. Hold on for a minute, y'all. I'm back, yo. But yeah, man. So I don't know, man. I just decided to go on. I need to. I feel like I need to value myself. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I be wanting to have the heart to go live a lot more often than I go live. And I'm gonna stop that. Even if I feel like it's insignificant or whatever, if I feel like I want to go live and chop it up with y'all, that's what I'm gonna do. I just showed buddy 18. It's raining now. You hopped off the live. You must have hopped off the live. I showed buddy 18. Y'all tell her I showed my dog. Who if y'all was in here, probably. Mm-hmm. It's raining now. So he in his doghouse. Yeah. But yeah, y'all. I just want y'all to know, man, y'all are not insignificant. I'm not insignificant. And I just appreciate y'all for being. I have such a wealth of knowledge, man. I could pour into y'all all my own shit. I got shit we gonna be talking about in the future, like uh astrology, like breaking down the dynamics of how astrology in every uh religion, uh particularly Christianity, when you start to understand the Roman and Greek aspects of culture and how that's integrated into our culture and the American culture, since we are an American nation, you know, you know, in God we trust on our money and shit. Like, so we project ourselves to be a Christian nation, but every other nation don't look at us as being a Christian nation, man. Iran think we worship the devil, like Baal, like Moloch, like the child sacrificing, eating bull. Like that's what they say we worship, but we say we Christians for the most. You see what I'm saying? And what I want to do is bridge the gap between Christianity and astrology by drawing a simple parallel between the two. Okay, starting with Zeus, Hercules, you know what I mean? All that. Apollo, Peter, John, Matthew, Luke. I mean, being that Jesus, which represents the Son, S-O-N and S-U-N, okay? And who did he have around him? 12 apostles, okay? The Son, what? Represents Jesus. And what goes around the Son? The months. So for every year, the Sun, what? Is stationary, and the earth revolves around the sun. 12 months, the same number as what? Disciples that surround the sun, which is Jesus. Okay? Hold on for a minute. But yeah, I feel like you can draw a line between astrology and the concepts of how Christianity was based. Period. And then not only that, once you start to look at the horoscope aspect of it from the Greek mythology side, being able to track how people's behavior traits and characteristics, and single that down to the month and time of the month they was born, is very, very, very interesting, to say the least. How somebody can know your horoscope, know your sign, and immediately describe the person you are. Yeah. And meanwhile, can somebody tell me how many signs are in the zodiac? Can somebody tell me that? Let's find out. How many signs are in the zodiac? One, two, three, four, five, two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 12. It's 12 signs in the zodiac, bro. Yeah, I was doing some stuff around the house. Okay, so where at now? I'm not running around. It's raining outside, man. I don't want to open the truck right now, but you'll see him. You'll see him 18. Yeah, and he on the replay. Just you'll see him. But yeah. So I just drew a line between the Greeks and the Romans. All right. Now we got 9 planets in our solar system, right? But it takes 9 months for a new planet to be born. Oh, I'm sorry, a new person to be born, a new individual. But if you look at those 9 months, the stomach looked just like a planet, like a ball. And guess what's inside that ball? Water. It's full of water. So at first, our first natural state, we come from water. Human beings. Human beings don't come from the ground. We don't come from an egg. We come from a canal. Water, meaning our rites of passage is through water. Don't you know they got different laws for the land and they have different laws for the water? That's right, 1812. So you have 12 disciples, you have 12 zodiac signs, and you got 12 months that complete a full path around the sun. And I'm not supposed to draw a parallel to understand that everybody's telling the same damn story. Who is Apollo? For anybody who know about Greek mythology, who is Apollo? Apollo is known as the sun god, son of Zeus, son of God. Apollo is known as the person who brought light. Who is Lucifer? The light bearer, light of the world. But what's crazy is the same traits that they have for Lucifer, they have Jesus Christ as well. Case in point, Jesus is called the bright and morning star. Lucifer was called the bright and morning star. Now, what is a morning star? The sun. What star you see in the morning? I'll wait. Y'all don't want to answer? I understand. I'm going to answer. Everybody all right? Everybody good? What Shaq said, and he was an Olympian. You better believe it. Why do you think we still have the Olympics today? Do we know how old the Olympics is? And for y'all that don't know, Olympian was a city in Greek, in Rome. Okay, Olympia was an actual place. The Olympics is Greek. Thank you, Shaq. Thank you. So now we could talk about the actual Olympians. See, this competition thing goes back way, 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 way before us. Even with the gods, because we're talking about Olympia. Olympia is the city of heaven. Olympia is where Zeus is at, which represents God. Okay. Zeus also has daughters. You got the goddess of war, Isis. Which is the mother of Hercules. In Egyptian culture, we're talking about Osiris and Isis. And henceforth, Heru was born. Who is Heru? The hero. Osiris, Isis, Horus. Hero. Heru. Hercules. Hercules is also Greek. Hercules is also an Olympian. Thank you. Thank you, Shaq. Absolutely. So, if Apollo is the bright and morning star, and if Apollo is the god of music and poetry, who is that drawing a parallel to? Since y'all on that wave, because now we're talking about the Greek gods, and I'm drawing a parallel between Christianity, astrology, which is Greek, and so in the Christian world, who is Apollo? Shaq, if you look at any literal literature and history, none of the stories in any language didn't have a concept of consciousness. It is proposed that people in that past only live off the word of God, right? But the word of God, the word in the beginning, what does Genesis 1:1 say, Shaq? The word was God and the word was with God. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? You brought it up. The word of God. And you talking about the word of God. In the beginning, the word was God and the word was with God. What does that mean? Clearly there's a separation somewhere. But the Bible also processes self-will. Right. Which is freedom of choice. Which is free will. People didn't have self-will in the past. No, they didn't. And people still don't. It's the illusion. It's the illusion part. It's the illusion part of it. Ain't nothing free. Everything costs. Everything costs. Even your Christianity, even you being saved by the Lord, it costs. Ain't it free? But if we package it as being free, you'll be more receptive to receive it. See how that works? Shaq say, that's what I'm saying. Everything we do is based off of micro. Absolutely. But micro don't mean they non-existent. They just not visible to our conscious, visible eye, what we pay attention to. And so what we don't pay attention to doesn't exist in our reality, which goes to what I was saying earlier about the brain not knowing what's real and what's not. The brain only goes off of what we perceive. You know what I mean? Shaq says our planet, the atmosphere, the water, the universe, everything we are, just chemical reactions. Absolutely. Because every element that's a part of this world is in our body. We are what, 70 or 80% water? When we are born in water. When the mom is ready for birth, what do they say? The water broke. That means the levees broke. There's a dam. The queen of the damned. Now I'm talking about Aaliyah in her last movie. Now the dam has broke. The water broke. The levees broke. And gave way what? Through the birth canal. These are all terms dealing with water. A canal, a birth canal, water breaking. We naturally come from a water-based environment when we start off. We start off in water, chemicals. So you are so right about the chemical reactions, shenanigans. Straight up. That's where we all come from. But being able to process information, it comes from the sun. Let's talk about it. Okay? Being that our planet is majority water based, being that our bodies are majority water based, and we are all individual planets, but we are all Earths. We're all new Earths walking. We're all from this motherfucker. Ain't nobody walking around born a fucking Martian. Okay? We are the examples of the multiverse. Okay? Because we all carry elements that are literally a part of the earth. Potassium, iron, magnesium, okay? Petroleum to an aspect, okay? Vitamins E, D, okay? Look at all the minerals. And these are just basic minerals and elements off the periodic table. We're not even going to talk about the oxygen, okay? The hydrogen, okay? We are made up of the whole damn periodic table. One human, which what? Exemplifies the elements of the earth. We are a part of this motherfucker, except one. And this element particularly was placed here. And that element is carbon. Okay. Carbon is a compound that is essentially stardust from the stars. It's cosmic. And this is the point where I feel like I got to prove my point.
Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the most mind-blowing science broadcast you will watch today. Imagine stepping into a glowing laboratory where every surface hums with discovery, where the air seems to whisper secrets older than the stars. Tonight, we answer the question that has haunted astronomers, chemists, and philosophers for centuries. Of all the 118 elements in the periodic table, why did life choose carbon as its one and only foundation? Why not silicon, gold, or neon? Prepare for a journey that begins inside your own heartbeat and ends among the clouds of galaxies. Carbon is not the most common element on Earth. It makes up less than 1% of our planet's crust, far less than oxygen or silicon. Yet every breath you take carries billions of carbon atoms into your...
Time out. Sean, what's up, girl? It's been a while. I'm doing excellent. You're gonna have to catch the replay, man. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. But yeah, y'all. So in the first 52 seconds, it ain't even been a minute, I have proven my point. I'm gonna let them cook, but I just wanted to show y'all an element on the periodic table which is less than 1% on the earth. Chose your ass and chose it, which is the very foundation of life. Life started from carbon. But I'm telling you, yo, carbon don't come from this earth. It was placed here. Case in point, only less than 1% of carbon makes up earth. Life. Shit gets deep. Shit gets very deep. I just felt like, I had to flex a little bit to show y'all, man, what I'm telling y'all, what I'm sharing with y'all, what I've been sharing with y'all. This is not no made up shit that I just felt like doing one day. I can reinforce and I can fact check and I can cross-reference my own damn self. To let you know I'm not giving y'all no bullshit. Shaq say, we've actually just discovered that life can indeed start in different conditions other than carbon. I'm not disputing that. I'm talking about what life started from. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disputing that. They're breaking groundbreaking discoveries every day. They got to go back and you know what I'm saying? But the foundation of life, what life's genesis, 1 and 1. What you were talking about earlier, which I'm still looking for my answer to my question when I asked you, when you brought up the word of God or the word, let me read your comment. earlier you said. I'ma still need that answer. Well, you said if you look at any literature in history, none of the stories in any language have the concept of consciousness. It is proposed that people in the past only live off of the word of God, right? So when I ask you, because we still talking about the origins, and my whole premise is drawing a parallel between science and religion. Okay. And so when we're talking about carbon, we're talking about Genesis, the book of Genesis. In the beginning, Genesis 1:1. So when I ask the word of God, when God say um the word the word is God and the word was with God, what does that mean? What is that exemplifying on the science side? And you said the word of God is what chemicals are. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I mean, because you're giving a reference, I'm asking you directly, what does that mean? Especially involving with the creation of humans and life. We'll say life, not humans, but life, because we're carbon based human. We're carbon based, but talking about life in general. What does Genesis 1:1? In the beginning, the Word was God, and the Word was with God. DNA is doesn't have a DNA. Yeah, but DNA existed before a DNA is exists billions and way before life on this earth, right? And what I'm looking for is, I guess what I'm looking for is an actual recollection of understanding that there are two entities that are working at the same time to create life, which is what I was saying from the beginning. You have a male, you have a feminine aspect, and you have a masculine aspect that kind of exemplifies how life starts. And I think you mentioned it earlier, too. The store ball, yeah, for sure. But what I'm looking for, I was looking for more of a how the inner how the deities are separated. You know what I'm saying? So when okay, I'll put it in DNA uh example for you. X chromosomes and Y chromosomes. That's kind of what I was looking for, the distinction of the two energies of how DNA work together. The X chromosome and the Y chromosome and how the DNA is engineered. Okay? Meaning that you cannot create anything without prophecy. But there's organisms that can clone themselves. Absolutely. I do it all. I do it all. Plants do it all the time. Plants do it all the time. But cloning doesn't involve doesn't need to have the masculine the masculine and feminine aspect to exist. But cloning isn't how something origin starts. From the clone always has to have the prototype, the original. Everything that comes from the prototype is considered to be a clone. That's like you are a clone of your parents. I'm a clone of my parents. You see what I'm saying? So technically we're all considered clones when you from, especially when you come from one common source prototype, you are a clone of your mom or dad. You are it's the evolution. You're supposed to be the best version of your prototype. The clone is always supposed to be issued out the latest version, like an update, like update, a software update. The software update is supposed to allow you to navigate through things quicker and just be overall better. Like anything that you see that's labeled as 2.0 is a clone. Yeah, that can't be just it. Nah. But it's the breath of God. Okay, because when you talk about clone when you talk about clones, and when you talk about DNA, I'm sorry, when you talk about DNA, the DNA has to be engineered. Okay. The DNA has to be engineered. So let's see what it says. There's a merging of the two. Yep. That's what marriage symbolizes. Correct. The prehistoric microbes didn't have gender. They literally just merged together into a single organism. But merging meaning two. When a company merges, that means two, which goes back to what I was saying in the beginning. Two make two. We're talking about absolutes. We're talking about absolutes value. So when we saying one as opposed to 100, most people would think of 100 being the bigger number, when in totality, one is only fragments. 100 is only a fragments of one. But when we're dealing with percentages, and particularly, let's keep it geometry. When you slice up a pie and you talk about wholes and halves, I'm assuming most people would prefer having a whole pie as opposed to a half or a third. You see what I'm saying? Because whole represents the number one. Being okay, I got a whole whatever. But if you break it off, it's incomplete. And don't nobody want nothing that's not whole. So if I'm explaining to you, hey man, you got two parts to this, whatever. And I'm thinking, nah, man, you just ruined it because you just cut it in half. So it's useless. So it ain't necessarily the more you have equates to you having more value. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the less you have is the more you have. Because one meaning holistic, like slicing up a pie. Like even how we do math, our mindset, because that sacred geometry was how we built shit, and like literally the height of intellectual building was through how we use math through geometry. The DNA was engineered through evolution. Yep. Now we cooking. Now we write that together, brother. What up, Minority News? What up, listeners? Good to see. Hey man, good to see you too, bro. Hey man, I'm just chilling, man. I just decided to go live, man. I ain't really. I was doing my devotions earlier, just spitting some shit on my own that I had concocted, and just vibing, man. Vibing with the good people, man. My boy Shenanigans. Sean is up in here. I seen her earlier. I think A-Team is still in here. My girl. Uh, who else? Who else pulled up? Dante. Way back in time. I appreciate y'all, man. Top. So I just appreciate everybody, man. Pull it up. This is totally unplanned. I'm just kind of just vibing for real. And I don't know. I feel like when I do the live streams, I feel like I'd be more direct in what we want to talk about. I'll put the title up and we'll just zero in. I usually be in the crib, you know what I mean, and go through shit, pull up videos and shit. But I feel like this was a little quick, little pop up. I think I went live about 10 o'clock, and it's about past lunchtime now. But yeah, man, just vibing with y'all, chilling. What's good with y'all? Yo, you should stream more often because your information is meaningful. 18, you know how sweet that is, man. Thank you, 18. Thank you, yo. And I think highly of you. You know what I mean? Especially on the current event side, your perspectives. I value that, yo. I really, really. That's why I be wanting you to come up. When I be doing a live stream, that's why I be throwing a link down there, man. Cause especially from a feminine perspective, that energy, and oh yeah, we need that. We need that. And more women. I seen Sean in here too. Shoot, I'm gonna start doing the stream, man, because I feel like it's a good balance to what we're looking for. Ultimately, we're looking to be the best version of ourselves, but everybody have a different way of how they approach things, and I'm just interested to see how we all approach it, and we can just talk about it. Yeah. But thank you, 18. That was sweet, man. I appreciate it. Shit, I appreciate y'all. Shit, for real. And Shenanigans, you be on it, bro. You be on it, bro. It made me feel good to have people just as sharp as you and to the information that you presenting, man. It's a good feeling, yo. It's a good feeling. You don't feel like you by yourself. Hell yeah. There's so much that's going on in the world beyond us being killed every day. That's all you saying. Another black boy gonna be killed, and it's gonna be something. I'm so sick of this shit, bro. Hey man, do y'all know about the CERN machine? Cause we could kind of wrap up this. Oh yeah, I want to ask one more thing. I before we get off this topic of the drawing parallels between Christianity and astrology and Greek mythology. Who was Apollo? I ain't forgot that shit. I still need to answer that. Now that we understand what Genesis 1 and 1 mean, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. We're talking about the engineering of DNA. specifically the Y chromosome and the X chromosome. Okay. Now, during that genetic during the genetic engineering process, carbon is represented by dark matter. Okay, the earth was void, and darkness covered the face of the water, the waters in the deep. What does that mean? We just told you we all come from water when you're born. We all come from water. Ain't no landmass. We are all connected to what? A fallopian tube, right? The placenta. And we come from water. Think about it. The oxygen that we breathe comes from our mother when we're in our mother's belly, and it's dark and void, and darkness cover the faces of the deep. That is talking about the woman's womb. I'm giving y'all free game. You did type it earlier. I remember. I remember, Shaq. That's why I said, man, we think a lot alike, man. I'm glad you're here, bro. But yeah, so that's what the Word was God and the Word was with God. There are two energies that are working together simultaneously, dealing with the X chromosome and the Y chromosome. Now we're talking about feminine energy and masculine energy. Now we're dealing with the galaxy itself. Everything is a living organism all the way up into the heavens. The heavens, the dark matter represents the female womb. Why must I be like that? Why must I chase the cat? Nothing but the dog in me. What does that mean? And thank you to the Atomic Dog himself, man. George Clinton, man. The Funkadelic Parliament, man. Motherfuckers before they time. That's the original Atomic Dog. The original mothership. Feel me? And those artists back then were on it, bro. They knew what it was. And essentially that's what we come to when we talk about dark matter. Dark matter is the very fabric of life, which is carbon. That is esoteric, okay? That deals with the cosmos, space and time are cloaked in dark matter. Dark matter is essentially melanin. They cannot tell you that your melanin is dark matter, because now we're talking about what? Genetic annihilation and depopulation and shit. The original Asiatic man, God's chosen people, the original man was carbon based. The depiction of Christ is what? Hair of wool, eyes like fire, and skin the color of brass. That's carbon. All right? That is carbon, ladies and gentlemen. Carbon makes up 1% of Earth, right? Meaning that carbon, first of all, carbon is the base of all life forms. but carbon isn't naturally a part of Earth's terrain, which leads, okay, now we're talking about engineering and design now. Carbon comes from the cosmos, space, dark matter. And the original gene, which is the dominant gene, you got dominant genes and you have recessive genes, right? Okay. So Dr. Francis Caldwell, whatever, you could look up those studies with Dr. Francis. But pretty much melanated people are the dominant gene, and everything after that comes from melanated people are recessive. Then you can start putting caps on the Y and X chromosomes and start engineering life expectancy and things of this nature. But the genetic splicing really came into fruition during the Jacob and Esau birthright inheritance debacle. So essentially, when we talk about genetic splicing and we're talking about the origin of life and what God represents, which was the Word was God and the Word was with God, when we go into creating man and we're literally talking about the carbon, the fabric of man, let us make man in our own image. What does that mean? If he's saying the Word was God and the Word was with God, that means that there's two parties, and we figured that out. We figured that out. So that's life. So when we get to human life, because you got to remember, life was created before humans came on the scene. When humans were created, life had already been thriving. That's why humans, we gain inspiration from nature, because nature is our teacher. The universe is our teacher, because the universe is older than us. That's why we're all a part of the same university. See, we're all a part of the same school, learning the same shit. Nearly exact, fam. Two parties. You already know, bruh. And everything in our construct, from science to religion to everything, is based off of that principle of duality, bro. Even us, we have a conscious and we have a subconscious. We have we got God and we got the devil, which leads me back to my question when I was drawing parallels between Christianity, Greek mythology, and astrology, right? Who is Apollo? Because we got 12 months of the year, we have 12 zodiac signs, and we also have 12 disciples, all revolving around the sun, S-O-N and S-U-N. This is a direct parallel showing you that there's a systematic plan set in place to worship the same damn thing in all three aspects. Okay, balance, absolutely. Libra energy, brother. Why do you think when because we're talking about the judicial system, it's crazy when we talking about cartoons, the Justice League. Yeah. So we could talk about the X-Men. We're dealing with the mutation of DNA. That's what Shaq was saying. It's the same thing, and this is what we're doing now. We are all mutants in here, all of us. The vibration that we all on right now, all of us in here, I feel like we kind of them ones. Like we think abstract, and we're able to look at double and triple entendres and make relatives between all of them. You know what I mean? Relevance. So it's like I feel like we all get it, and it's gonna be few of us that get it. But essentially, yeah, it's all about the manipulation of DNA that we got here, being with humans in particularly, which came kind of toward the end of life, how life was going with the human. Um, our ability to uh express ourselves however we see fit. I agree with you, Shaq. That's that's a new concept, and it's more so of a revolutionary going against the grain concept for real. Do what thou wilt. That's Aleister Crowley, ain't it? Ain't that's the father of the Illuminati, 33-degree Mason, occult leader, Aleister Crowley. Yeah, I think he the author of the 13 Bloodline Illuminati bloodline, 13 family bloodline, whatever. But yeah, Aleister Crowley, man. That's 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 the nigga that the celebrities worship. That's the Masons that Jay-Z and all of them revere. Aleister Crowley. He was a cult leader. Yeah, man. But yo, it's it's always been a situation with me where how can I put this? I always was privy to the knowledge, but I never felt like I was comfortable that people would actually receive what I'm saying, bro. And it ain't until later, like with my moms and everybody else, like they starting to get it. Or if not, I've what the abstract my abstract my abstract perceptions have proven right to the point now, no matter how astronomical I could suggest something, how it may seem, my family gonna still believe me. I've like I said, I've had such substantial evidence to back what I'm saying. And I feel that confidently now with what I'm saying to you. There has been an integration systematically set up through Christianity and through our faith to keep us worshiping the Son and not the S-O-N, the S-U-N. And this concept goes all the way back to the ancient Egyptians and the Phoenicians and the Gnostics, okay? Under the concept of the golden rule, again, the start of monotheism, the worship of one God, treat others as you would have them treat you. That golden rule, universal rule, lies under the principles of Christianity, Buddhism, Judaism, the Native American rain shit, um, Islam, with Allah. All of those cultures during that time that was combining all they gods into one, and the monotheism came from the east under the concept of the sun rises in the east. So the sun passing the equator rising represents life, and the sun setting in the winter equinox, the winter solstice, represents death. Things during the winter and fall die that are alive. But it's a season because when the sun is alive, things are alive. When the sun sets in the west, things are dead. Right. Believe whosoever believe in the Son of God shall not perish but have everlasting life. The Son. Believe in the Son. You see what I'm saying? It's all Moloch on one and the same. Yes, sir. Moloch is Baal. Now, oh, bro, I love you. Hey, Shaq, I love the way you think, brother. Once I close my argument with the about carbon and how the original man was made out of 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, which is the basis of how an atom is constructed, which was carbon, and how carbon is cosmic and not of this earth, and how carbon only makes up 1% of the earth's terrain. So the other 99% is space, black matter, which is the of and plants and every other thing. Think about it. We give plants oxygen, they give us what in return, which is a universal law, equal exchange, cause and effect. We went over all of that earlier. Yo, it's an exchange. We give them carbon, they give us oxygen because we're both carbon. Plant essentially means the storing of energy. That's why you have nuclear plants. That's why when the FBI places a double counterintelligence secret agent, a double agent, they are called a plant. Okay? The plant is to store or to place. To store or to place. So God planted carbon in the dark matter in the womb, and from that dark place came life, from darkness to light. Light is life. It's synonymous to life. Darkness is synonymous to death. No? Has anyone read the Secret History of the World by Mark Booth? No, but I know of his other works, Mark Booth. Yep. That's why our bodies accept herbs grow. Yes, and not healing because not chemicals. Exactly. Herbs are the chemical compound base of all pharmaceutical drugs. My buddy got a book of a herb book. Every pharmaceutical drug from Tylenol to Advil or whatever, Benadryl, whatever. He has the herb, the base herb for the pharmaceutical drug. That book is worth a lot of damn money, but he got it. So every pharmaceutical drug that's created starts from a herb that is created into a powder and then made into a solid and compressed. That's why when you see what's the pharmaceutical sign? The little bowl with the little grinder with herbs in it. Mm-hmm. That's why when you see the sign for the medical sign is 2 snakes going up a staff, which represents DNA. Going up what? The spine. That staff represents the human spine. The two snakes braided together represents DNA. Okay. The spine is where the melanin is, where most of is where predominantly where all of mankind's melanin is stored. That's why stem cell research is prominent right now, because through stem cell research they're able to abstract melanin. That's why you cannot go based on skin pigmentation alone to constitute somebody's melanated or not. That's why you can see the blackest motherfucker do the most racist shit, because they're not melanated. That's because they got the same skin tone you got. Henceforth, Bojango, Samuel L. Jackson's character. Who the hell on that nag? That nigga Ben forgot he was black. That's probably why when you would do, if stem cell was prominent back then, you could probably see, yeah, because in his spine, through the stem cell, we don't see the melanin content, which is looked at as little specks on the spine. And I'll see if I could pull up some. You would have to you use X-ray vision or X-ray machines to pull it up. But that's the storage of where everybody's melanin content is. It's along the spine through the what's the spine? What's the spine? God damn. Not just stem cell, but what's the shit what's the chemical that they take from your spine? Why can't I think of that shit, bro? It ain't stem cell. It ain't just stem cells. It's they extract what's the spinal fluid? I'm gonna find what I'm looking for. But anyway, I'll get back to that. But anyway, the spinal in the spinal fluid in the spine, that's where your melanin is. That's where you can extract it. Sunkiss, the way it's written in the script says, yep, sin kiss, yeah. But look at it, sun, spinal fluid, yep. That's what it's called. Okay, yeah, spinal fluid, bro. That spinal fluid is essential for everything neuro in your body. Your spinal fluid is literally the fountain, is the lifeline of it. Your spinal fluid is the same water that you came out of when you was born. When your mama water broke and that water is released, that water, some of that water that is responsible for your cognitive skills is the same water that came from your mama's womb. So how you process information, and I'm not talking about like information like anything scholarly. I'm talking about how you process feelings and emotions. What we call people what mental disabilities. That's where that come from. The spinal fluid, because the spinal fluid is the vehicle where all the other fluids are processed through the brain, like adrenaline, all that shit the fight or flight shit, all of that shit goes through the spinal, through the spinal fluid. Yo, man, I appreciate y'all for sticking in there with me. Don't die. Shit, my bad. Let's see. Wow, Minority Report. What seroplasmal fluid is made up of cells, water, protein, sugars, and other substances. Wow. No, it depends on neurology, not chemicals. Yeah, neurology and chemicals, they use each other. The when we talk about the brain releases chemicals, and the brain and the spinal cord, the spine is connected through the base to the back. So if you can rip out somebody's brain and just have it connected to the spine and keep them alive. The eyeballs, the eyes is connected to the brain, and the brain is connected to the spine. So they all work in concert together. So then that's why those little grooves, the little grooves in the brain, those are canals of fluid where fluid can go. Fluid flows through the grooves of the brain. Those why those little wormy grooves. That's why the brain's so squishy. The brain sit in water. It's water. It's water underneath our skull that lubricates the brain. Yep. That's why we need our eyes lubricated. That's why our eyes are irritated if they're not lubricated. Because our eyes are connected to our brain. So our eyes, our ears have tentacles that are in our eardrums. The eardrum is connected to the brain. The eyes are connected through the brain, through the sockets. The mind is connected to the back of the brain. Yep, all the way to the tailbone. Yep, like that old song we learned in school, the knee bone connected to the foot bone connected to the whatever, the ankle bone, thigh bone, all this shit. Yeah, bro. And that's why, in reference, again, we can make it relatable and relevant to religion. Because now we're understanding that the metaphor of what the body of Christ means. And why they, you know what I mean, reference the human body to faith, you know. So yeah. But at the end of the day, I feel like it's important if we all respect how we tell a story. It's the same story, shit. It don't matter who telling it or what version. Think about it. All major civilizations back in the day had a record a great flood. Yep. But I'm gonna get back to my premise about talking about carbon and dark matter and how carbon makes up only 1% of Earth. Okay, the rest of that shit is in the cosmos, dark matter, space. So I just want to show y'all they ain't just making up shit. So the base of life on this earth did not come from an element from this earth. And science reinforced that. So I'm gonna run it back a little bit, show you.
Carbon is not the most common element on Earth. It makes up less than 1%, far less than oxygen or silicon. Yet every breath you take carries billions of carbon atoms into your lungs, where they race through your blood and stitch themselves into the molecules that keep you alive.
Less than 1%.
In the human body.
Less than 1% of carbon makes up Earth, but yet we have millions of carbon fibers or carbon microbes. Shaq, the microbes you was talking about, carbon microbes that we share from. We all breathe in the same fucking air of an element that's not of this world. I'm gonna rewind it back some so you can really understand what he's saying.
Silicon, gold, or neon. Prepare for a journey that begins inside your own heartbeat and ends among the clouds of distant galaxies. Carbon is not the most common element on Earth. It makes up less than 1% of our planet's crust, far less than oxygen or silicon. Yet every breath you take carries billions of carbon atoms into your lungs, where they race through your blood and stitch themselves into the molecules that keep you alive. In the human body, carbon accounts for 18 to 20% of total mass. In a single leafy tree, the number climbs to 45 or even 50%. Every green blade of grass, every crimson rose petal, every golden wheat field is a carbon factory running on sunlight. Scientists created an entire...
Did you hear that? Every plant, every living thing gets their energy from carbon, and carbon is from the sun. Back to the sun again. Sun worship. SON. Carbon is from the sun. The sun is responsible for life. Get it? I'm preaching better than y'all saying amen in this motherfucker. Y'all get it? Y'all heard it. Carbon is from the sun. I've been sitting here trying to tell y'all there is a parallel that you can draw from Greek mythology, Christianity, and astrology. They all worship the sun. That's why I asked you from the beginning, who is Apollo? Going to the Greeks, who's Apollo? Son of Zeus, light bearer, sun god. Now, who is Apollo in reference? Because we all know Olympia in Greek is where the gods live, in Olympia, all right? Olympia represents heaven, okay? Boom. Who is Apollo as in reference to Christianity? We know Zeus is God, okay? God said, worship no other God before me, letting you know that other gods exist amongst me, but I am supreme. You understand? So, who is Apollo? Well, let me ask you this. Why are the metaphors that describe Jesus, the bright and morning star, the lily in the valley, the rose of Sharon, Yeah, and the way the light of the world. These references are the same reference that was given to who? Right. And who's essentially Moloch? Who Moloch? Who's Moloch before Moloch? Who Moloch was transformed, was mutated. He mutated into Moloch. That's where the children, the sacrificing came from. The US is the new Olympia. They trying to, thy will be done, thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. That's how it's written in the Bible. That's what they're doing. Shaq, you're absolutely correct. But Moloch essentially is Baal, and Baal essentially was a golden staff that was paraded as what? The sun god, who is essentially Apollo. But Apollo and the sun god and Moloch and Baal represents who? Lucifer. Yeah, Moloch go, but here's the thing, they predate the terms. Moloch predates the terms. They don't predate the story. They don't predate the original entity. Like Moloch doesn't predate the concept of good and evil. The concept of black darkness versus light. But atoms is Adam, and that's what I was trying to get. ATOMS is ADAMS. Atom represents the original man. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. Atom, that's what an atom is made up of. Adam and Eve, evening, dark matter. Thank you. Boy, you on point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And in morning, in Eve was the first day. And that's right. Apollo is said to have a twin sister. Yes. Yes. And I think that ain't that how Artemis is that how you pronounce it? But yes, that's correct. So Apollo is Lucifer. Apollo is Cain. We're talking about Cain and Abel. The Cain and Abel are the descendants of Adam. ADAMS or ATOMS. What it is, what we're drawing references from science to religion. Taking something in a literal sense in what? Eisegeting the text through hermeneutics. Eisegeting the text through hermeneutics. And if you don't know the philosopher Herman, I suggest you look up that guy. These are all Greeks, which they are credited for civilization, but we know that ain't true. But yeah, so Apollo, which is the sun god, which is Moloch, Baal, all the same, Beelzebub, Satan, which is Set, when we're talking about Egyptology. Set is who uncle? Horus. Now we're dealing with Osiris, Horus, and Osiris, Horus, in ISIS. Now we're talking. All of that explains the creation, the conception, the conception. We are our creation, and how we procreate is God's expression to how He created the cosmos through us. We are the example of how all of this shit started. Masculine energy, feminine energy, life. That is the equation of life. Masculine, feminine, life. And that is the construct. That is the architectural model. Artemis, thank you. Yes, Artemis was the goddess of the hunt, wilderness, and wildlife, childbirth, and chastity. Now, it is crazy that keep that same energy, Shane. Shenanigans, because I love that. Now, keep that artisans, because you do know we talking about the cosmos and the sun and space, essentially. You know the Artemis 2, they just sent up NASA. NASA just sent the Artemis 2 with those astronauts. They're the first to reportedly do a complete trip around the whole moon, going over to the dark side of the moon. Ain't no footage of it still. All this technology existed. You got the technology to go around that motherfucker, but we can't see. We only trust that you did it. The far dark side of the moon. They supposed to had did a complete loop that took about 8 days. But anyway, that spacecraft is called the Artemis 2. Why do you think they would name the spaceship the Artemis? Because everything is related. Astrology, Greek mythology, and Christianity. Bingo. Chat. Remember, the Bible says childbirth is punishment. Yup. Supposing that Adam and Eve couldn't have done it themselves. Or that childbirth is supposed to be painless. You see what I'm saying? That it could mean that too. But I agree. Or it could mean childbirth can't okay, because you got to think about it. Adam was charged to be fruitful and multiply. Wayne, what's up, Wayne? What's going on, brother? No wilderness is pain. Yeah, and he had to cultivate the wilderness. You're right. Pain is information. You better believe it, bro, because the information has to be is the reality. The reality set in. The information is what? The tree of knowledge. The tree of good knowledge of good and evil. Ain't that the tree that they ate from? That's where the pain comes from. And henceforth, the fruit represents actual childbirth, like children. It's the fruit of your labor. Fruit and labor is now synonymous once you ate of the fruit. See, the lustful of the eyes gain access to accept the information. You see what I'm saying? Because information travels through our DNA. That's why you can explain deja vu. It gets stored in the DNA. Oh, you just said that. Hey, man, Shaq, man, hey, you on point, bro. The DNA from the fruit to the tree, to the soil. You already know, bro. and the tree and what the fruit do, fall to start the shit right over again. Fruit to the tree to the soil, right? Back to the fruit. The sun alone doesn't create life. Which the sun represents light. The light needs the dark. That's what we talking about, the dual reality. No. Meaning, how can you create or have life without the mother? Or how can you create life with us without the father? That's why the Christianity was important, to take away the penetration aspect of natural conception of the God. They had to make God godly, like Hercules. Hercules is half human and half God. Hercules represents Jesus. Jesus is half man, half human, and half God. Zeus, or God, is his father. So his DNA was put in the daughter of man, or God. So a human, a female human, see egg. This was through DNA. This was through genetic splicing. So people have in their mind that conception can only come through sex. We're talking about a time where that concept of Back to the Future is an understatement. We were more futuristic the further you go back in time. We were more advanced the further you go back. Right there, nothing without balance. You better believe it. You better believe it, millennial chat. Life cannot exist without any environment to live in. You better say that, bro. Straight up. Correct. Damn right. Man, y'all some sharp individuals, bro. Hell yeah. Y'all some sharp individuals, yo. Mm-hmm. But let me play that carbon shit, and how carbon come from the sun and not from planet Earth.
By a branch of chemistry, organic chemistry, just to study carbon's endless creations, the spiraling ladders of DNA.
Hold on for a minute, bro. I'm getting a call. What up, bro? Right, man. Sure, I'm doing a little live on my channel right now. No, you good, bro. How you? Come on, bro. Hey, man, well, shoot, let's do something, man. Or I mean, everybody agree on a time, or we gonna do something tonight? Heck yeah, that's fine with me. Nope, nope. But I could call him now and see what he on, and see what he doing right quick, and I'll reach out. All right, man, I'm gonna do that right now. All right, bet. Yeah, man, that was my homeboy. That was my homeboy Jason, man. Y'all know I do music and shit too. So I'm a part of a few bands, a little reggae band, like a little rock and roll, trippy type band. But I've always had a desire to kind of do something on my own and create my own thing. So I've been working behind the scenes with a few people on that, trying to get that to manifest, and it seemed like it's manifesting, man. We got some people interested, so it's looking like we're gonna get together today. So I'm gonna call a musician of mine, my drummer, and see what he on. And if he able to do it, fuck it. Let's get together, man. I'm talking all this manifesting, all this shit. I got to walk it out. I can't just, talk shit. I got to be an example too. I'm trying to manifest something. So, fuck it. Let's see what he on. I got to find a nigga number first. Hold on. I might remember it. That's crazy how, hey y'all, I don't hardly save nobody number in my phone by name. I remember most majority of people, I remember their number. I know people don't do that shit no more like that. Hell yeah. And that helped because I wasn't about to try to look and find this person when I could just remember their damn number and put it in. Fuck that. It might be busy right now. It might be working. That shit will take. Well, I'm gonna shoot him a text. And just wait for a response. Appreciate y'all for hanging in there with me, sending them a text. Starting me. Hope you good today. Let me see if I can. Jason said he got some singers today and some musicians, and he called me just telling me um, what he did and asked me what would be a good time to rehearse. So everybody, I guess, suggested 7 o'clock, and he asked, "Had I talked to you?" I said, "Nah, but I'm calling him right now." But I just sent you a text too. So man, just let me know what you're on, my boy, and get at me. All right, fam. Yeah. I had to put that mic on. I'm about to text all that shit. But yeah, man, he's an excellent drummer, man. So hopefully he'll be able to do it. So yeah, if not, we'll work something out. But anyway, that's good news. Shit. Good news. We grew up remembering by heart. I keep the same principle. You damn right. Old school. Let me read what chat said. But if that is a law, the same goes for the spirit too. Yeah. We only exist in a single point in space. That's why I was talking about the dot earlier with my man named Dot. Mm-hmm. Point in space, never moving. Reality moves around us. Yep. But we exist outside of the conception of time. So from that dot, creation happens with a line. That's why when you see in a power sign, a lot of things are represented through symbolism and symbolatry, right? So when we look at the sign of a power sign, we see a circle, and then we see a line going through the circle. That represents power, life, essentially, you know? Meaning you have a point, and then from that point, there's a point of direction. Henceforth, It's where the line is an invisible line called time. That invisible line from that dot, which is dark matter, is called time. And time is linear. It goes straight forward. Is horizontal. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Oh shit, that's a great question, bro. I'm in my 40s. I'll leave it like that. I'm closer. I'm a lot closer to 50 than you think. I'm doing it 50 years old. I'm in the 40 club. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So pick whatever year 80 you want. You look good at being your 40s. Thank you, man. I thank God. I thank the Lord, bro. I thank the Lord. But I appreciate that, fam. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can tell you what. God, I feel like God can preserve you, man, if you feel like you are driven by your purpose. Yo, when God established something in you, bro, will establish a good work for you, bro, he ain't gonna depart from it, man, until it's finished. For real. So, yes, sir. But I'm gonna get back to what I was talking about though with dark matter. So we can, you know what I mean? I just want to make my point that everything that we do and exist essentially is cloaked in sun worship. All right. So Freemasonry included, cause they worship Lucifer or whatever. It essentially everything is set up to worship the sun, but it's through symbolism and secrecy. You see what I'm saying? So everybody is literally already worshiping the Antichrist. See, the Antichrist is an idea. How the Bible is written, the Armageddon, all of that is an idea to set up because is somebody want that to happen. You understand? How the ending is written and how the Bible is written is promoted to happen that way. All the shit that we see going on overseas, and then it's said about wars and rumors of wars and earthquakes in unlikely places, like crazy spots. I'm like this, man. Who's to say some of this stuff isn't engineered, is being guided to happen? You know what I'm saying? And I'm a big believer in a person that's causing the chaos is the same person that got the solution for the chaos. And the person that got the solution for the chaos is usually the person that's responsible for the chaos. The person, that got the solution. Yes, sir. But anyway, check this shit out, man, about the very fabric of our existence.
Neon. Prepare for a journey that begins inside your own heartbeat and ends among the clouds of distant galaxies. Carbon is not the most common element on Earth. It makes up less than 1% of our planet.
You hear that? Carbon is not the most common element on Earth. It makes up 1% of Earth.
Crust, far less than oxygen or silicon. Yet every breath you take carries billions of carbon atoms into your lungs, where they race through your blood and stitch themselves into the molecules that keep you alive. In the human body, carbon accounts for 18 to 20% of total mass. In a single leafy tree, the number climbs to 45 or even 50%. Every green blade of grass, every crimson rose petal, every golden wheat field is a carbon factory running on sunlight. Scientists created an entire branch of chemistry, organic chemistry, just to study carbon's endless creations, the spiraling ladders of DNA that store your genetic blueprint, the life-saving drugs that fight cancer.
Sound like what you were saying about our DNA and nation, bro. That's what you were saying, bro. All of that is what geared through carbon. So when we break the science part down with what it was saying in the beginning was the word, and the word was God, and the word was with God, and God's face covered the waters of the deep, and the earth was dark and empty and void. So it is exemplifying that the terrain was dark, no light. So if there's no light, there's no life. So there has to be light that entered the darkness or penetrated the darkness. The darkness is the carbon. What is the light? The sun. But the light, the light comes from the darkness. You know what I'm saying? So check it out. That's how they play, bro.
The flexible plastics that wrap your food, the silky fibers that clothe you. When two carbon atoms meet in a test tube, they snap together with a soft hiss, as if the universe itself is applauding. Now zoom out. Look at Earth from space. Carbon shrinks to a whisper, between 0.25 and 0.5% of the planet's total mass. 118 elements glitter on the periodic table, metals that shine like mirrors, gases that vanish into thin air. Nature had countless choices. So why carbon? Let us walk through the 3 cosmic reasons, step by step, as if we are peeling back the layers of a glowing onion under a microscope. First, carbon is the ultimate shapeshifter.
You heard that? Carbon is the ultimate shapeshifter. When you're looking at carbon, is constantly trying to duplicate itself. When you're looking at it from a microcosmic, what you say, micros. It's an intelligence. Okay?
A single human cell contains a DNA molecule that, if stretched end to end, would measure more than 6 feet long, yet it coils neatly inside a nucleus 100,000 times narrower than a human hair. To build such miracles, the foundation element must form bonds in every direction, like a master sculptor who can carve stone, wood, or glass with equal skill.
That is reference to what? A Mason, a Freemason. Like a carpenter or a stone builder. You just said it. I'll wind it back. Well, I'm cooking tonight. Today. Thank you, Lord.
Life is not simple. A A single human cell contains a DNA molecule that, if stretched end to end, would measure more than 6 feet long, yet it coils neatly inside a nucleus 100,000 times narrower than a human hair. To build such miracles, the foundation element must form bonds in every direction, like a master sculptor who can carve stone, wood, or glass with equal skill.
Yo, yeah, that's right. Which is a Mason. That's right. Which were the foundation and building blocks of this country. It's Masonic, Masiatic. We're creating. You creating. Life is about creating and ascending. Everything that we've talked about is coming full surface, and I love it. Y'all ever catch numbers in triples? Like it'd be like 333 222 111. I call them angel numbers. Oh, and what's crazy, the angel numbers coming at the same time my musician is calling. That's crazy. What's up, bro?
What's going on, bro?
How you?
I'm doing all right, man.
Hey, look, man, I am sorry to disturb you, bro, but I got a call from Jason, and he was telling me he was able to get up with some singers, Lisa and them, and he hollered at Buck and Derek. Now they trying to get together tonight, man. If you ain't doing that,
Okay, where at, bro?
Joel's spot is somewhere by the old Walmart in that plaza. They said,
Okay.
I think he got a spot out there, and he told me he was like, they got a drum set, so you wouldn't need to bring your drums. This probably, I guess, hardware and shit you like to hit with.
Okay, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. This weekend, bro, I've been having some family issues going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a little rough weekend for me, bro.
Okay.
Coming into today, man.
All right, bet,
So
man.
you might see me, bro.
Okay.
No promises, bro.
Okay.
But I'm definitely down, bro.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pray. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pray you might slip up and pull up, bro. But it's all good, man. Take all the time you need, bro. Just know, you know what I mean. We're gonna try to put it together, bro. But you know I want you on the drums. You know that. You already know.
I'm down, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So yes, sir, bro. So just reach out whenever, though, my guy, and take your time, bro. I'm praying, man. Everything work out.
Yeah, bro. It's a little tough, man. I said, bro. Just little stuff, with my mom and dad, bro.
Yes.
It's a little tough right now, bro.
Okay, I got it.
Stuff that's been on my mind, man.
Okay. Maybe some good music and some good vibes, and you know what I mean. A B might be just what the doctor daughter. You know I'm gonna have some loggers going.
Yes, sir.
And I would love to see this jump. Matter of fact, I just need to, bro. If them singles show up, bro, and we got a board player, and if this jump legit, I'm gonna call you anyway. Even if I'm like, yo, quiet. But if it's a BS, you know, I'll let you know what's up too.
Yeah, let's keep me updated, bro.
I will. I got you, bro. I got you, my nigga.
Definitely keep me updated, bro.
I will, sure. Bro, and I'm praying, man. Got you lifted, my guy.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, my nigga.
Okay, man. That's all.
All right, got you.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you decide to come, it's at 7.
Okay,
And
bro.
I'll get you. I'll text you the location and shit once I, you know what I mean, see what's up.
Okay.
All right, my nigga. All right.
Okay, bro.
All right, bet. I'll pray for my boy, man. And that's what it is, man. Usually when some shit pop off, man, the enemy will attack my homeboy, man. That nigga's a phenomenal drummer, bro. But spiritually, bro, he be going through some things, and his mind got to be right for him to play. So maybe this might be something dope that he can release some stress. You know what I mean? I want to make sure it's worth his while, though. So I'm gonna call my boy back, let him know what's up. Mm-hmm. What up, bro?
What up, bro?
Shoot, man, I was able to talk to Quan, man, and he said, man, he's going through a little something right now with his family, but he definitely still might try to, you know, or make it or whatever. So he want to be down. He definitely down, but he was like, man, it's been a kind of crazy week, but he said he still might pop out. So I told him, all right, well, man, shoot, I got you lifted, and if you decide to pop out, it's at 7, and it's gonna be out by the old Walmart way.
Yeah.
So, you know, he was like, all right, bro. He like, you know, keep on updated or whatever. So he might just pull up, bro. You never know.
Okay. You talk to the other girl?
Yeah, nah, bro. I've been texting her too. That's the crazy thing.
Okay.
She sent me something like last month saying, stay guarded, like hope all is well, stay guarded or something like that. So I was like, I guess I took it as okay, thanks, you know, stay guarded too, you know, stay prayed up, whatever. But
Yeah.
I've been texting her consistently after that, and I ain't even getting no response back.
Oh, for real?
For real, bro. So I know. So maybe if I try, maybe calling her, or maybe let me see if I can find a number. Maybe I could get to you and you could call her.
Yeah.
See if I can find it.
Or we might just have to get it going, man. Just show what we're working on.
Yeah.
Because some people that what you described, they might not be seeing what you
described. Yeah, bro. Sometimes seeing is believing, bro.
Yeah.
You're right, bro.
Yeah, sure. We locked now. We got Chris, we got Keegan, you, Reggie, and Lisa.
Oh,
and Joe.
Man, come. Yeah, so we got plenty of singers.
Yeah. That's we're really lacking that. You know
Yeah.
You know, a 3-piece band, you know, you can rock with that all day.
I know.
So I think we got all the vocal pieces, and I think we got the musicians too.
Yeah, bro.
And then we got damn four drummers. You know what I'm saying?
Damn right. So yeah, bro, and that'll give me time to look for a damn number, cause I ain't got her damn name saved.
Yeah.
That's been so long since, you know, we text each other. But shit, like I said, if shit popping, shit, we got footage. I'll pull up to her damn house. Shit, she's still at the same spot, so.
Yeah,
man, shit. But yeah, man, my boy called me hyped up. That's some good news, though, bro. That's good news, man.
And when I was texting niggas, everybody was like, yeah, man, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, I can't wait, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. All right, that's a bet, man. Well, shit. As long as I see Buck face and Lisa face, shit, everything else in between we can work out.
Yeah.
So Buck be there at 7 too.
Yeah.
Oh, damn right. Yeah, bro. Derek will be there too.
Yeah.
That shit gonna be crazy. Is the dude with him he was talking about.
Yeah, he said he reached out to him. Yeah, but they already got it. So if don't nobody else show up, we locked in.
Yeah. Do we got any like what is it like I guess any backups for drummers and shit?
Yeah. We got Twiz, my brother.
Yeah. Oh, you talk to Twiz?
Yeah, well, I ain't talked to him yet.
Okay.
But him, my brother.
Yeah. So we got niggas to come in. All right, bet. Yeah. We got motherfuckers to come in. As long as we got somebody to come in.
Yeah, Joel play too.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. But nah, I'm gonna need that nigga concentrating on singing.
Yeah.
That's what I need that nigga doing. So you know what I mean? Like, all right, bet. So so the songs that you put in the group, you think will be some of the jumps we go through tonight?
Yeah, that's why I went ahead and put them out there. So
all right, bet.
We just grab a song list what everybody's comfortable with. You know what I'm saying? Then we can go for the next practice. We hit those.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, bet. All right, that's a bet, man. All right, bro. I'll see you tonight, man.
Okay, bro.
All right, we'll get at you. All right. Shit. All right, I'm back. Yeah, man. Shoot, man. Y'all heard it, man. I be having to ask questions, bro, before I fucking make a move. So I feel like every one of my questions got answered. So it enticed me enough to load up my equipment and see what's going on. Getting back to what I was saying about carbon and it's being such essential to life, which is the atom. ATOM equals ADAM. Well, here we go. And it's reference to it being so intricately woven in our DNA. Masterful, like a stone cutter or a carpenter or somebody masterfully. Describing what? A mason. Phenomenal.
Picture the periodic table. City. The far right avenue houses the noble gases, helium, argon,
boom.
lonely citizen.
Didn't I make a reference to the intestines earlier? As far as how the universe is constructed? How our intestines, look at that. And how the body is used in reference to what? Christianity is the body of Christ. Christ being what? Creator. Christ is a consciousness. It's a mindset as well. I love this illustration.
Hands with anyone. Every other element spends its life trying to copy that perfect octet, sharing, lending, or stealing electrons through covalent bonds. Oxygen, 2 streaks left of the nobles, has 6 outer electrons.
Too far. Yes, bro. In our image. Let us make man in our own image. That's the Bible, bro. Let us make man in our own image. You right, millennial. It's right there. Look at that. Look at that image. Ain't something?
White Avenue houses the noble gases, helium, neon, argon, lonely citizens with perfect.
So think about it. the inside of our intestines house all of these natural gases that are in the cosmos, helium, and all these other natural gases that are on these other planets and in the cosmos that are being released. These are in our intestines, which creates enzymes to break down nutritional value to food so we can get energy. Yes, sir. Let us make man in our own image. Yes, sir. I appreciate you, Millennium.
Filled outer shells of 8 electrons each. They refuse to hold hands with anyone. Every other element spends its life trying to copy that perfect octet, sharing, lending, or stealing electrons through covalent bonds. Oxygen, 2 streaks left of the nobles, has outer electrons. It grabs 2 hydrogen atoms to make water, a molecule so stable that ancient rivers still flow unchanged after millions of years.
You hear that? Molecules that are stuck together so tightly that they are still in the same state after millions of years because of carbon.
Now meet
Carbon is
exactly in
carbon
the
is an
column
intelligence.
14.
Okay? This is the surface of the sun. Okay? This is the sun.
It owns 4 outer electrons, neither too greedy nor too generous. It can form up to 4 bonds at once, and those bonds can be single, double, or triple, straight chains, branching trees, or perfect rings. Most astonishing of all, carbon loves its own company. It links with other carbons into chains that never seem to end, 6 carbon rings that perfume roses, 1,000 carbon backbones that give spiders their silk, 1,000,000 carbon polymers that become the bottle in your hand. No other element in the table can match this versatility. Column.
You hear that? No other element on the periodic table can match its intensity or match its intelligence. Carbon is the most intelligent element on the periodic table. But guess what's not on the periodic table? Melanin. And we're going to tap into that. Melanin is material. That's like any other element. The reason why melanin is not on the periodic table because what? Carbon comes from melanin. And they don't want to let you know that melanin comes from the sun as well. So essentially you know what I'm trying to say. They cannot let us know who we are. But it's written, every tongue shall confess and every knee shall bow. Ooh, you right. You're right, brother.
Offers only 3 bonds, column 15 offers 3 on the other side, and the noble gases offer 0. Carbon sits alone at the peak of bonding possibility, the undisputed champion of complexity. Second, carbon is everywhere the universe looks. Inside your body, 18 to 20%. Inside a redwood tree, 45%. On Earth's surface, a humble 0.3%. But leave our planet behind. Fly past the asteroid belt, past Jupiter's swirling storms, past the orbit of Pluto. In the Milky Way galaxy, carbon ranks 4th in abundance by mass, trailing only hydrogen, helium, and oxygen. Hydrogen and helium were born in the Big Bang's first 3 minutes. Every other element, including carbon, was forged inside stars. Deep in stellar cores, where temperatures climb to millions of degrees.
So, other words, what they're saying is the Big Bang Theory, when the Big Bang Theory happened, there was no carbon emitted. So, all the carbon that's available comes from everything outside of the Big Bang Theory, outside of life, space, the dark matter. Thank you. You already know, bro. What's going on, Dante? Is Carver stuff since powerful? Oh, yo, yes, sir. Check it out. I appreciate y'all.
3 helium nuclei slam together in a triple alpha process, birthing 1 carbon nucleus in a flash of nuclear fire. Stars love making carbon because the physics is
Oh,
just
you see
right.
that black woman? What did I say? What did I say represents the black womb? Didn't I say what's the fabric of space? Dark matter. Didn't I say we are the part of the fabric of space? That's the fabric, y'all. That's the black woman. See how they put it in your face? Look, I ain't making it up. Look at it. There you go. Divine feminine. Boy, you on point. Thank you. This is where we come from. And that's that when I say the further you go back, the more futuristic shit becomes. The further you go back, the more advanced that you find. Look, this is technology. You're a barbecue. Thank you, bro. A barbecuing, bruh. And they gotta put this. They gotta tell you this shit. But as a people, I'm trying to get us to have interest in it. So once we can identify ourselves with creation, bro, that's it. We identify God. We can have tangible evidence to tie us to God. Our DNA, which is 99.99%, you are the Father. We can say, yo, the Son is really our Father. But it ain't everybody, Father. You got Gentiles. You know what I mean?
Energy levels align like a cosmic jackpot. The James Webb Space Telescope, orbiting 1 million miles from Earth in the year 2025, has sent back breathtaking postcards. In the darkest molecular clouds, thousands of light years away, carbon atoms have already assembled into methanol, ethanol, and even amino acid precursors, the building blocks of proteins. These clouds are stellar nurseries where new solar systems will one day condense. Carbon arrives early to every cosmic construction site, ready to play. Third, carbon is unbreakable. Silicon lives directly beneath carbon on the periodic table, same column, same 4 outer electrons, same promise of versatility. Silicon is also 28% of Earth's crust, the main ingredient in sand, quartz, and computer chips. If abundance were the only criterion, silicon would win. Yet silicon loses the stability contest by a landslide. Carbon atoms are small and compact, with only 2 electron shells. Their bonds are short, strong, and stubborn. The energy required to snap a carbon-carbon bond is 334 kilojoules per mole. A silicon-silicon bond manages only 196 kilojoules per mole, almost half. Imagine a DNA molecule built from silicon. Every time a cell divided, the backbone would crack like thin ice. Genetic information would shatter before it could be copied. Life needs a skeleton that can survive billions of years of evolution, from the first sluggish microbes in boiling vents to the riot of
evolution. It's all about ascension, evolution. All about becoming the best version of yourself. Period. And that look like the poke ball from Pokemon. Yeah. Universal law. That's what I started with. The 12 universal laws, including the law of gravity. It supersedes religion and what? Emotion and culture. Universal law. They gotta let us know. Yep. They've been letting us know. Yeah. The best way to hide something is put it in your face. Put it in plain sight.
in a coral reef. Carbon delivers that endurance. To picture the difference, hold a diamond in sunlight. Every atom inside is carbon, locked in a lattice so perfect that the gem has endured since Earth's childhood. Now imagine a silicon version, It would crumble at the touch of warm water. Carbon's bonds also resist heat and radiation far better. In the searing acid of your stomach, carbon-based proteins fold and unfold like origami cranes. Silicon versions would dissolve into sand. Does this mean carbon is the only possible foundation for life? Not necessarily. In the outer reaches of our imagination,
that's what Shenanigans was talking about earlier. He was saying, yo, carbon is not necessarily the only substance needed for life. That's what he was talking about. I remember, bro. And Millennial said, that's right. And it's sad because the saying is, you want to hide something from the blacks, but put it in a book. Yeah, bro. That's what they say. They really, really count on us not reading nothing. That's fucked up. But I'll say this. By him just admitting that carbon isn't the only essential element required for life is important, because it reinforces again what I started off earlier saying. Everybody that look like you that got 10 hands and 10 toes don't mean they're human. It does not mean they're human. It is like, yo, when you say shit like that, yo, people take offense to it. You're not trying to be confrontational. You talking science, supreme science. If carbon is the base of human life, right? And carbon makes up 1%, less than 1% of Earth's crust. Yo, after you explain the origin of man, once you see other people outside of the melanated races, you can still account for them not being human, because essentially you do not need carbon to survive or to sustain life. So henceforth, you're not mankind. Millennial says, because they gotta deceive, they gotta be able to deceive, because who would cling to someone who looks off? They will come as us in the form of to trust. Yeah, bro. And you gotta also understand, carbon also can shapeshift. That's what they said. So what I'm saying is, we are people who have carbon, who are melanated people, because essentially that's what dark matter is, melanin. That's why they won't put melanin as a on a periodic table. You know what I'm saying? But that melanin, it shapeshifts. So something that could, UV rays from the sun and shit that potentially can harm folks, we mutate the shit to vitamin D to benefit melanin, because melanin or dark matter is continually always trying to multiply and continue itself. That's crazy how you can stretch a DNA strand and it be over 6 feet long. One DNA strand is so tightly woven that you could stretch it out and it be over 6 feet. They saying that shit is a miracle. They keep a secret from us. Yeah, bro. Because that's what organizations like Masonry and institutions of higher learning do. You have to be initiated and approved to study that shit. Study and show yourself approved. You gotta earn the right and to know shit that's supposed to essentially be available to all of us. That's bullshit.
Worlds orbit red dwarf stars where temperatures stay below freezing. Their longer silicons might remain stable. NASA's astrobiology teams, reporting fresh data in 2025, have modeled oceans of liquid methane on Titan-like moons where silicon polymers could float like jellyfish. We have no proof yet, only tantalizing hints. The universe is vast, and our sample size is 1. Perhaps carbon-based life is the rule, or perhaps we are the rare exception. What do you think? Could a silicon creature gaze up at its own alien sky and wonder why its oceans are made of glass? Leave your thoughts below. The comment section is open.
So, in other words, he's saying, can a phenomenon or a element have its own intelligence to realize its own existence? Yes, sir. Porteus.
Now let us shrink smaller than small, into a realm where the laws of reality themselves begin to fizz. Welcome to the world seen through the most powerful microscopes ever built. Inside a darkened laboratory cooled by whispering fans, scientists measure distances in powers of 10. A micrometer is 1/1,000,000th of a meter, small enough to fit 1,000 bacteria side by side across a pinhead. A nanometer is 1/1,000,000th of a meter, the width of 10 hydrogen atoms in a
Hold
round.
on. Here we go to Black Lady again. Look at that. And they got our braids. Look at this shit. This is a British narrator using imagery of a melanated person creating life. You can't make this shit up. Major league symbolism, bruh. You better know it. You better know it. I had to be like that. Because, see, it's crazy. I'm trying to tell you. I've been trying to tell people from the beginning. The lady is divine being it look like. Yeah, bruh. That's right, Dante. Divine feminine, bro. And we're divine too. It's the divine masculine and the divine feminine. The divine feminine represents dark matter, the womb. The womb is dark. And the light represents, hello, sperm, DNA. DNA. Snidable Fidax. Yes, sir. You better know, bro.
Take an ordinary sheet of paper, thinner than a butterfly's wing. Under an electron microscope, its surface erupts into a jagged moonscape of craters and fibers taller than skyscrapers. The current champion is the transmission electron microscope at the United States National Institute of Standards and Technology. Its resolution reaches 0.5
Look how that bitch spinning.
0.6.
This represents an atom, y'all. This is the first concept of life. All life starts from an atom. Look at how she's spinning and look. Oh man, this shit. Hey man, the imagery on this shit is crazy. Y'all see this shit? Think about how an atom spins. The particles going around the electrons, neutrons, and protons that orbit. They orbit the nucleus. You got the nucleus in the middle, and then you got 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons orbiting that bitch, all going all crazy. And look at how she's moving like an atom, bro.
5 nanometers. Visible light waves.
Oh my God, I gotta go back.
Stretch 400 to 701. Perhaps A micrometer is 1 millionth of a meter, small enough to fit 1,000 bacteria side by side across a pinhead. A nanometer is 1 billionth of a meter, the width of 10 hydrogen atoms in a row. Take an ordinary sheet of paper, then a butterfly's wing. Under an electron microscope, its surface erupts into a jagged
Check out this symbolizing an atom, bro. And it also
is the
looks
transmission electron microscope at the United States National Institute of Standards and Technology.
Look.
Its resolution reaches 0.5 angstroms, or 0.05 nanometers. Visible light waves, the kind your eyes use, stretch 400 to 700 nanometers long. Electron waves, accelerated by million-volt electric fields,
Captain Planet for real, bro. Captain Planet for real. Captain Planet, and then the damn black lady. And what's crazy is that damn voice was Oprah. Mother Earth and Captain Planet. Crazy as hell, bro. This shit was crazy.
0.0005 nanometers. Scientists slice samples.
Dante, loving this. Me too, fam. I love this shit too, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. I really appreciate y'all for being here. I ain't gonna hold y'all hostage because I'm gonna see what everybody talking about with this music stuff. But yo, I just really appreciate y'all, man. She likes Larry. Oprah on the narration. Yeah, bro. Yep. Minority.
Than 100 nanometers, fire a beam of electrons straight through and capture the scattered shadows on a glowing detector. Rotate the sample a few degrees at a time, stitch the images together, and a three-dimensional atomic map emerges on the screen, crisp as a city scene from orbit. The machine hums like a sleeping dragon while crystals of gold, graphene, or living proteins reveal their innermost architecture. Yet even this miracle has limits. Zoom further, and everyday physics breaks. Einstein taught us that space is a smooth fabric, curved by mass, flat where nothing weighs. But at the quantum frontier, space turns into froth.
You hear that? He's saying Earth is flat. I mean, space is flat. And in it, so pretty much space is a fabric. But that fabric is 2D. It's flat. It's a flat surface. And from that fabric, a bang happened. So light had to penetrate the flat surface of darkness. Think of it like a firework. A firework going off in the sky. The 2D, the 3D exploding on a 2D platform. That's the example that I could give you. That's how the Big Bang Theory would look. With firecrackers, looking at the firecrackers on 4th of July. And how it expands. It looked like it expands from the sky.
Physicist John Wheeler named it quantum foam. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle declares that energy can flicker into existence for the briefest moments.
When I'm talking about quantum physics and when I'm talking about metaphysics earlier, yep.
In empty vacuum, the particles pop in and out of being.
Here come the woman again. Here come the woman again. And look what she got on. She got an astronaut suit on. And what is she creating? Multiple units. This is the multiverse. Look at that black. Look at that melanated female. This is an astronaut. Look at the imagery. This represents the quantum physics. The metaverse. Okay. Look at that shit. Don't it look like Mr. Marvel? Ain't that Mr. Marvel? Being able to tap into the multiverse. Look at that. Multiple worlds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, carbon is always trying to duplicate itself. But it's not an earthly element. It makes up less than 1% of Earth's crust. There you go. It's an intelligence. Shapeshifter. You better know it. And look at that black female. Look at that shit. Wow. Crazy. Crazy.
Like bubbles in champagne. Average those bubbles over a coffee cup, and space looks flat. Shrink to the Planck length, 1.61 times 10 to the minus 35 meters, and the foam becomes a storm. At that scale, the gravitational pull between two Planck masses separated by one Planck length reaches 1.21 times 10 to the 44 newtons, billions of times stronger than the gravity anchoring a neutron star. The Large Hadron Collider, smashing protons at unimaginable energies in the year 2025, has glimpsed ripples.
That's what you call CERN. And CERN, it's an atom collider. It collides elements together to try to create the Big Bang Theory. Y'all know about CERN. Please, y'all know about CERN, right? Dante, Millennium, y'all know about CERN? That long ass tube they got in Switzerland. Hundreds, thousands of miles long. Anyway, they shut CERN down for 4 years. So they just shut it down for a year. I just said that. That's good, Shanghai. I'm sorry. I said Shanghai. Shenanigans. They are making it bigger. Yes, right. You're correct, Amundo.
Match the predictions of quantum foam. We cannot yet reach the Planck shoreline, but the tide is rising. Gravity remains the stubborn puzzle. Why is it so weak on everyday scales yet ferocious at the tiniest? Uniting Einstein's smooth spacetime with quantum fizz is the holy grail of physics. Every breakthrough microscope, every orbiting telescope, every star-forged carbon atom.
So somebody asked me to play on their program later. So they sent me their first song. All right, bet. So got it. Okay. This is why this is imperative in choosing a mate and having kids. Wow. Wow, millennial. Good point. Good point. It's a good point, my boy. Let's get back to jump. Good point, bro.
Atom brings us closer. So breathe deeply. Feel the carbon coursing through your veins, forged in ancient stars, sculpted by 4 billion years of evolution, stable enough to dream. You are the universe's finest artwork, built from the humblest atom that refused to quit. The journey into the large and the small never ends. Stay curious, stay amazed, and we will see you in the next broadcast, live from the edge of reality. Good night, and keep looking up.
Amen. So yeah, man. Let's see what I'll read some comments. Lillian Battle. What's up? What's up? Lineal said, okay, yeah. Lillian Battle says, I didn't know that they were rebuilding it. Yup. Someone was begging them to turn it back on. That is weird. Like something was bothering them spiritually. You definitely understand that we live in a natural world and we live in a spiritual world simultaneously together. So not only is that CERN machine tapping into breakthroughs in science, but it's also tapping into the spiritual dimension, the spiritual aspect of our existence as well, which is kind of crazy because now we're talking about interdimensional objects. I ain't gonna say beings and shit like that to scare nobody, but I am gonna say now we're talking about intergalactic, interstellar, interdimensional language. How are you doing, Lillian Battle? What's up? What's up? Millennial says, "Look at the horse. Look at the horse. 2026 year of the horse. Yes, sir. And we all know who was half horse and half man. The guy Pan. You know that. And now we're talking about Peter Pan or the Pied Piper, who you know what I mean, half horse, half man. Millennial, funny how Lily and Battle show up right when that action was just going down. Yup. Great timing. Great timing, Millennial. My boy Shenanigans say they are assisting in making AGI. Mm-hmm. Oh shit. Millennial, you're right. Hercules. You're on point with boy. Yes, sir. I missed as much as I did. Man, it's okay, Lily. That's all right. Shoot, man. If you want to watch the replay or watch it at another time, you want the time to go by. Hey, look, that's crazy now. My cousin's calling me. Everybody calling me out the woodwork. So, what up, cuzzo? How you?
I'm on cloud nine right now, bro. Like,
come on now.
I just got off the phone with the wrestling promoters.
Yeah.
Miss Nikki and Mr. J, they are so excited. I told them I'm ready to track.
All right.
Sent her a text and she blew his phone up like 8 times. Bro, like, I swear I knew I saw him at the wrestling match.
Damn.
And she was like, yeah, that's the merchant seaman. Like, we want him on the cards. Like, we need to get him in training. So I talked to him, was like, at the time, like, that y'all come in to work out and show y'all what I had, you know, some with the basics of working on the ropes and stuff.
Yeah.
Y'all was only then, they were like, yeah, because you came in, like,
yeah.
with butter knowing.
Yeah.
And so it's easy, you know, certain earth for us to train and, like, easy for us to get you in the ring. But, like, what's up, man? Like, how's everything? How was your birthday? I said, everything was everything. I said, I got a job now. Work has been, you know what I'm saying, what it is. I'm able to now offer up money towards my tuition.
That's right. That's
but
right.
to get my exposure, because I know what Miss Nikki said.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not trying to play that. I said, how I was raised, my family will whoop my ass, like, if I did not handle business the right way.
Right.
Me being a merchant seaman and all that training would not have me doing business like this.
Right.
And he was like, man, you don't know what's crazy? He said, we let go 4 talents, bro. He said, we let go 4 talents because they still was playing that game. He said, just the other day, Nikki let go one of our rising female talent. She didn't take her fruition in 2 months, but was just partying at somebody's club. Talking about some she want to push for the title. She said, yeah, I'll give you a push for the title when you pay your tuition. And she said, I'll let you even train once you pay your tuition. Until then, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they were like, man, Casey, like, I'm so excited to hear your voice, bro. Like, I was so mad I couldn't, like, shake your hand, hug your neck when my wife told me that you was in the building, man. Like, you now that we got these slots open now, like he said, have you worked on anything? I said, yeah, I worked on me. I'm like, I've been in the gym. I got a little bit stronger, you know what I'm saying, than the last time we saw each other. I used our workout regimen, but I'm adding weights to it now with the 500 squats and all the extra. So I can learn how to control weight to keep whoever I'm working with safe, man. I want to be safe.
Yeah.
I said that's all I know is safety because of my work history and background. And if I can't work with somebody safe, then you need to find somebody that I can be safe with and we can perform and give the people a good match that they want to see.
Yeah.
I said, but I worked on the storyline. I worked on my gimmick. I got everything set in order. I just have to wait for the orders of my gear. He said, man, I can take you to a store to get you some practice gear and whatever, you know what I'm saying, your gimmick is. I can get you some basic stuff to start with until you become that. I said good because going online has been a bitch. I said, but I need a physical store. And he said, he got me with that. So he said, hey, look, man, come with your contract. Me and my wife will sit down and talk to you. And because you did that for us, we're going to put you on a fixed schedule, a fixed private time to work on your promos, to build all of that extra. He said, and because you, bro, like, you really are a man of your word, Casey, he said, I'm going to make sure that, what he said, come in at 5 o'clock. We'll get the pricing together of how much you can pay us. And even if your work schedule is a bitch for you, we'll still set up some time for you after your work schedule. Just let us know what time you get off. And he said, even if it's me holding the camera in front of you and getting you right and doing whatever, he said, you'll get that time in. He said, now that we got 4 slots open, he said, I really want to push Makoa in one of those slots.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, bro. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, bro. That's crazy. We were just talking about this shit yesterday.
Bro, just because I waited and did business the right way, bro, and then just come in there, bro, and all the time from the job start until now, bro, like shit was flaky until it got smooth, until a good schedule. So now I'm now able to accommodate. I got an account open now. I got my passport on paid now.
Yes, sir.
I got business affairs in order. I dropped 2 bands on my child support.
Yeah.
Like, all I need to focus on is my
Makoa. Yes, sir. Do your thing.
I said that, bro. I said I would not have Makoa interfere with my personal life.
Yeah.
Even though he's entwined to that, bro. Like, now I can just focus. I said after my birthday, I'm in the gym. Don't talk to me. I'm on animal time, bro.
Yes, sir.
I'm on demon time.
Do your thing.
So for him to get excited, they got somebody else in the slot. A nigga from Washington, D.C. has now moved this way. And so they said they ain't heard from him for like a little minute. And so they were like, for us to even hear from you, Casey, like, we're excited. He said, I'm about to call Nikki right now. Now, I promise you, I know what she's going to say. She's going to scream. She's going to fucking scream.
That's good.
Yeah, the only reason why I'm not going tonight because I already done promised Kia that I was going to do a workout with her.
Yeah.
She gets off at 8.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be closing time.
That's good. Because that's good. Because then, that's good. And then you can just go in there and maybe more so just work on stretching, getting your tendons, stretching. You know what I mean? Really, really meditating on your body and being very, loose and limber. Yeah. What up, boy? Yeah, what up, man? My boy behind the Connex. Yeah, man. Shoot, I work around them all day.
Damn right. That's a smoke section.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look like my job. Look like my job site. And then look, our chairs got wheels on them, so we straight.
I'm dead, bro. I take a shade any day, bro. It's extremely too hot over here, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I just dropped the bomb on Nick. I'm gonna drop the bomb on you, bro. Makoa is officially activated. Makoa is officially in the activation books. I'm taking my contract to the people tomorrow. The manager manager called me just to check in and follow up with me and see how
All right.
everything was with my birthday.
Hey, I'm gonna call y'all back. I had y'all niggas on the line.
Go on, my fault.
No, y'all good. They're my cousins, man. They're my niggas, bro. Look at that. That's the game. That's the game, bro. Yeah, the game. Yeah. Yes, sir. Hey, yo, my cousin, man, he pursuing a career in professional wrestling, man. And so we've been talking about this junk for a minute. We've been talking about manifesting all day, y'all. So in real time, I got family actually walking that shit out. So yeah, man. Well, yeah, man. That shit, McCoy is doing his thing. I'm gonna let your brother fill you in, man. I'm gonna get at y'all though, yo.
Live coming to you.
You already know. You already know. You already know. You already know. Yes, sir, bro. I can't wait, man. Hey, that shit about to go down. That shit.
Hey, tap back in once you finish with
I got you, my niggas. Hey, proud of you, Jones.
Thank you, bro.
All right, Bird.
All right, bro.
All right.
One love, dog.
Already. Yeah, man. That was my damn cousins, man. My damn cousins. Yeah, bro. Yeah. So he about to go to the agency and turn his contract in and get going. That nigga short, nigga stocky as a motherfucker, bro. God damn. Tribal tattoos and shit like The Rock all over his arms and legs and shit. And he's been a fan of WWF and W forever, bro. It's in him. But life be life, and so when he would share his dream with people will laugh at him, try to talk him out of it. Like, man, what are the odds? This nigga done moved away, done linked up with a small wrestling company. That nigga about to do this shit for real, bro. Unbelievable. That's cool as fuck, Dante. That's cool as fuck, bro. Gotta take a chance, Millennium. You gotta take a chance, bro. And that's how I feel with my music, man. The night, a few singles and shit supposed to be getting together, some band members. Ain't no telling. But you don't know until you know what I mean? I've been saying for a long time that I've been wanting to do my own thing. Here's the test. So, my homeboy sent me some music. They're trying to get together around 7. So I might chill out with y'all till around about 5:30. And then I'm gonna take time to listen to some music to try to get my head right to see what can I expect tonight. You can get another job. You may never get another golden opportunity. That shit, bro. You just said a whole lot right then, bro. Opportunity is something that you don't find just down the street, huh? Yeah. And opportunity could even be linking up with people that's motivated at the same time as you. Because you could have an opportunity, but the opportunity is actually collabing with people that can help make your dreams or whatever you want to pursue, make it possible. So you might not catch everybody inspired at that moment. So you might holler at a nigga this week, he might be inspired. And you might not be inspired, but you will get inspired next week. Like, okay, I'm motivated now. And then by that time, it might be too late. So timing, all of that shit work. So my cousin just calling me with that just motivated me. Like, man, at least I could do is get up and see who the fuck show, what type of vibe and energy it is. And just go from there. I ain't got nothing to lose but time. So Millennial say exactly the group side and look at how she turned out. You right, bro. Minority Report say life all about timing and opportunity from what I've learned. That make a lot of sense, my nigga. That make a lot of sense, fam. Straight up. Millennial say a new sound can be created tonight. Bro, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that, bro. And what it is like for what we trying to do in our area, it ain't being done. It ain't being done. And so I like how you said that, because that's the angle I'm gonna take it. Nobody's ever stuck together. Now it's being done, and now it's being done, but people that are from where I'm from are going out of state to link up with other niggas. Ain't nobody doing shit where I'm at. So we can create our own lane tonight, millennials. With our own sound, we can create our own lane. Ain't no competition, because don't nobody want to stick together long enough to do a damn thing. There's so many talented people where I live at, bro, but everybody is off doing other things with other people versus establishing something amongst your peers, which is, to me, strange. A new sound, pioneer that, fam. Straight up, bro. Y'all motivating me, man. I'm glad that y'all was able to be included in all these phone calls I had, because they're essentially all related. They all talking about creating. That's it, man. I love my real job, and I appreciate it, but I want to be a musician. That's my passion. And talking to y'all, lecturing and bullshitting and talking, and we all learning and building together. I love that. And music. So my job is kind of more so shit, just to pay the bills. But I don't want to live my life with my motivation to just pay bills. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, man. Shit. Like I said, man, I was planning on going live and doing a live stream and just talk about a lot of shit. But I was gonna connect everything together. But I guess this kind of manifested into my version of the live stream, I guess. You know what I'm saying? So, but I am gonna go. I'm gonna create a live stream and talk about other things that's going on. Mitch McConnell's health, one of them. The World Cup, the NBA, the NFL, things that are going on that are tied to the 250th birthday of America, Independence Day, and the release of the movie Young Washington, and all of this shit. The Gucci Man video, the Young Miami song, Where Am I Scamming Niggas? Yeah. Man, spin that shit. Spin that shit. That ignorant ass song. Oh shit. So we're gonna talk about all of that shit, bro. All that shit related. What else I wrote down? I be scribbling shit too, y'all, so forgive me. Okay, yeah, the CERN machine shut down 4 years. I want to talk about that. We deal with the God particle and the atom and the creating the Big Bang. Let's see. Okay, yeah, a Florida woman. A Florida woman shot a damn veteran. y'all looking at all this shit about that boy being shot. Y'all ain't talk about that a woman shot a army veteran and killed his ass and got away with it. Did y'all know that? Woman shoots army veteran. I like Gucci Mane music too, bro. I like the old Gucci shit though, Dante. So woman shoot veteran in Florida. Damn.
Live still works. I think we're live. Okay, we are live. Happy Friday, everybody. Long time no see. And happy.
Hold on, because when I put it in, I went to the other video. It said it was inappropriate, so I tapped it anyway, and then it disappeared. So let me see if I can find a shorter one. Well, I'm gonna show you the short first.
Video shows a deadly parking lot shooting outside a Florida Walmart earlier this week. The Broward County says it started with an argument over a parking space. Dash cam footage shows a man approaching a woman who appears to have a gun in her hand.
There was police officers everywhere, and I did hear a woman screaming and crying.
The woman told investigators she fired the gun in self-defense. That man was taken to the hospital where he died hours later. Video shows a deadly parking lot shooting outside a Florida Walmart earlier this week. The Broward County Sheriff's Office says it started with an argument over a parking space. Dash cam footage shows a man approaching a woman who appears to have a gun in her hand.
There was police officers everywhere, and I did hear a woman screaming and crying.
The woman told investigators she fired the gun in self-defense. That man was taken to the hospital where he died hours later.
So, my question is, you got all this national attention and shit going on for that, and I ain't trying to be insensitive to that young boy dying, but you got black ladies killing white men. Why they ain't got that all over the news? I just want to know. How did I know that and don't nobody else know that? Why everybody talking about the same goddamn thing? The lady that's told you this shit happened this week. It's Monday. Trump got them, embodied only if they. Lillian says it's floating to San Diego, California somewhere. Yeah. Yep. That's crazy, bro. Let me see if I can find more. That's crazy.
More breaking news now. A man is in the hospital with life-threatening injuries after a shooting in a Walmart. Is your reporter live in North Lauderdale tonight, and that's where those shots were fired in the middle of the day, Nakaya.
That's right, Jim. BSO says that man was found here in this Walmart parking lot off McNabb Road with a gunshot wound. One man we spoke to says he was shocked to drive up and see his Walmart parking lot covered in crime scene tape.
I was walking up, I heard a lady screaming. You know, she was screaming and she was saying a lot of things.
BSO says a 911 call came in for a shooting in the Walmart parking lot around 12:28 p.m. When deputies arrived on scene, they found a man with a gunshot wound. Chopper 4 captured deputies walking with a woman whose hands were handcuffed behind her back. Deputies say one person was detained, but did not confirm if it was the woman in the video. A customer who arrived after the shooting told us what he heard from an employee inside of the store.
He told me, oh, there was this gentleman approached her, and he kept making advances at her, and she kept saying, look, I'm not interested. Back up, look, I'm not interested. And I guess she got scared. And he said that when she got scared, she took out a gun and she shot him.
Has not identified the person detained or the man shot. We do know that North Lauderdale Fire Rescue transported that man to
weird. Lily, looks very weird.
The hospital with a life-threatening injury.
Well, we know now that life-threatening injury turned into death. The man died. The man died. So the man died. So on that note, man, it's crazy, yo. Like I said, man, I'm gonna see if I can hang with y'all until I'm about 5, and then I'm gonna evaluate this music and see if I can get in the mind frame of making something jump tonight. Get some music on. So let me see. We're gonna be doing like R&B shit, I think. Yeah, we're gonna be doing. I'm trying to figure out. Should be. Okay, so they're gonna be doing stuff like boot up. Okay, so what my buddy did, he sent me. I can sit here and type endless names. They do the same play. You right, bro. You right. Okay, so we're gonna be doing little R&B stuff like that. Boot up and Fantasia, shit. What is it? Well, when I see shit like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's 444. You remember when I told y'all when you see the time and it's the triple numbers? Y'all see the 444? I call them angel numbers. Like, do y'all ever be catching them in the time? Like it'll be like 111, 555, shit like that. Well, I be thinking those are pockets. That's right, 1111, 1010. I be thinking those are pockets in the dimension that you can either manifest or create. I just text somebody right now. I have a person that we text matching numbers all day to each other. Every time our conscience will catch it, we'll text. Y'all should try that sometime with somebody that's on the same frequency as you. When it comes to numbers and energy, and when you see matching numbers lined up, y'all should text each other at the same time. Well, yeah, there's so much going on. That's why I showed you with that woman. You got white women, you got black women killing white men, while all you see is black boys being killed, or black boys killing a white boy. But you ain't gonna see no white woman killing no black woman killing no white man, and that's promoted. Because why? She got away with it. It was self-defense. See? They draining the water. Damn right. $1111, yeah, that is like the master number because it's all the absolutes. 444 is a master number too. But even multiples, for sure. Minority Report says, I caught myself listening to Prince the other day. Yes, sir. I'm telling you, man, you got some classics, bro. Prince got classics, man, for days. But even his life, interestingly, this nigga end up boycotting the damn record execs and was like, man, I'm the artist formerly known as, and start using the damn symbol. The damn symbol looked like a symbol for male and female merged together. That nigga made his own sex symbol. He's literally like he took sex symbol and made it into a brand. The nigga created a brand by merging both images of sexes together to create his own symbol and call it. And I'm like, bro, this is my name. And until you record companies give me total liberty with my masters, you ain't gonna be making no more money off of me. For real. That's real. It's real, bro. So his life is interesting. Shit. Hold on. I want to show y'all. Y'all ever seen Revolutionary Prince before? I'm gonna show y'all Prince when he was a little boy. Talking about y'all should let them black folks go to school with them white boys. Check this out. Hold on.
And then we heard his voice.
Are most of the kids in favor of picketing?
Yeah.
How come?
I think they should get a better education too, and I think they should get some more money, cause they be working extra hours for us and all that stuff.
And then we heard his voice.
Are most of the kids in favor of the picketing?
Yeah.
How come?
I think they should get a better education too, and I think they should get some more money, cause they be working extra hours for us and all that stuff.
And then we heard
That's Prince, y'all.
Most of the kids in
That's Prince. Was too young to know at the time, but dude was a pioneer musically and what he was standing for. Right. And it started here. Look at this Prince, yo. In Minneapolis. Little boy.
I think they
A picketing sign. Like riding. A revolutionary. Now, I'm about to show you some crazy shit about Prince. Because, you know, Quincy Jones made that song We Are the World, right? Where he called all the artists to come in the studio and do that song. Well, Prince won't having that shit. So when they did We Are the World live, y'all know the rumor about Quincy Jones and about how Tupac said he was dating Quincy Jones' daughter, and Quincy Jones approached her and asked could Quincy Jones fuck him in the butt. Check this shit out. This shit crazy. What is that? Y'all not? Are y'all looking at this?
Have you ever seen a product that transforms any ordinary space into a dreamy underwater world in just 1 second? Meet the Kamau Immersive Open.
We are the children. We are the ones who make the so let's start. There's a choice we're making.
This is Quincy Jones. Y'all remember this shit? He lined them up. You got Belafonte. You got Belafonte ass up there. God damn, how you get Belafonte? That nigga got everybody. That nigga got Diana Ross on that bitch. Michael Jackson. Oh no, that ain't Mike. Belafonte. You and me. Oh shit. Oh, look at Prince. Oh. What the fuck was that? Prince was sucking a lollipop. Prince was acting like he ain't even want to be there. He won't even singing the song. What the fuck? Somebody tell me what's happening. See me and Mr. Lister been outside. We know what he did. You right. Somebody tell me what is this? And then I'm going to get out of here. What is this? Who's Prince, guys? Probably. Can somebody tell me in the chat what's going on? Shenanigans. Lillian. What's going on? Ain't nobody saying I know. What the fuck? Hey, yo, Melinda, you said this shit. He lined them up on national TV, bro. But Prince ain't do it. He ain't make him try to suck that nigga lollipop. That shit crazy. What the fuck? Bro, if Prince would not have moved that lollipop, you know I think about that often. What happened if Prince just let him do it? Prince was like, nigga, you about ill. Prince said, ew. Oh, shit. Hey, man, how can you make Prince say ew? Do you know how bad of a motherfucker you gotta be? We talking about a man who did tours in fishnet stockings and high heels. That Prince, 80 Purple Rain Prince. Goddamn blouse wearing Prince. Do you know how diabolical you got to be for Prince to be like, ew? Yo, this shit crazy. Look, first he said, oh, like he tried to act surprised first, and then he was going with it. You could see it was a surprise because it was all, bro, that was all impromptu. Prince said, I don't even want to be here no way. That was his response since, you know what I mean? He tried to give him the mic to sing that bullshit. Look at this shit, bro. It ain't no alleged. It's not alleged. Look. He realized that might have been the only opportunity. Yeah. And look at the people in the back. I ain't noticed that. Look at the black dude in the back, like, ooh. Look at the white lady. Look at the white lady behind Prince. Look at how she looking. Wow. I never noticed that. They were looking to see what's he gonna do it. It's like, They all stopped singing. Lily said, not. A real mic drop. Right, bro. He tried to handle the mic. And so he handed him, look, Quincy handed him the mic. And in place, he gonna get his lot. They was gonna trade. Ew, bro. Damn. God, and then she tried to turn her head back straight. God damn. God damn, that shit was fast. Ew. Barry Sanders. The Barry Sanders dude. It's funny you said Barry Sanders because the dude behind him is Barry Manilow. Look at Barry Manilow. Y'all remember Barry Manilow? Oh, I'm done, bro. I'm done off the Barry Manilow, bro. You said Barry Sanders, bro. Like, that's Barry Manilow. Yo. Damn, Prince. Why you had to do my man like that, bro? On that note, man, I love each and every one of y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. You guys have been a blessing. I hope it was something I said or did, or I hope it was somebody, what they typed in the chat. I hope it was something they said or pointed out that helped somebody to dive deeper into the abyss of the mysteries of the universe. Another classic, bro. Another classic. Rock it out tonight. I tell you this. If I'm able to go live tonight in the band rehearsal, y'all gonna come through? Everybody, please, at least give me that in the chat. If you in the chat, if I go live tonight to try to pursue this music shit, if I go live, are y'all gonna come in? Y'all gonna pull up? Y'all gonna pull up? Salute, man. And man, nah, Shenanigans, thank you, bro. Yo, your mind sharp, my guy. Minority, thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Well, as long as some of y'all pull up, bro, I'm good with that. Thank you for every like. Thank you for every subscription. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for every comment. Your opinion is valued. So yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Lillian. Yo, so I'm gonna do a little roll call and get the hell up out of here. All right. Bet. So yeah, Lillian, pull up. Minority, pull up. So Lillian, thank you. Minority, thank you. God bless. Shenanigans, thank you. Millennial, so much, fam. Who else pulled up, bro? Dante, you already know what it is, bro. Can't forget you, Dante. You the first to pull up, bro. I appreciate you. My girl Cookie pulled up early. 18, yes, girl. You know our. Thank you, 18. Who else pulled up? Miss Cookie, thank you again. I'm scrolling. I'm just scrolling. Sir Miguel, appreciate you, fam. You already know what it is, my brother. Win. I appreciate you, Win. No, they got my little Win. That nigga Win. You know, I'll be on my Shotters Jamaican vibes. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's everybody. Yep. Ty Pro. I got you, bro. I appreciate you for pulling up, Ty Pro. Shelly B. That's right. Thank you, Shelly B. Dot. I can't forget you, my brother. Appreciate you, Dot, for pulling up on me, bro. I really appreciate that, man. For real. And to everybody, please, yo, if you get a chance, pull up tonight, yo. I'm gonna see what's up, man. See if I get some people, get them together tonight, do some music. So hopefully I can get some good vibes, get some eye candy for y'all. You know what I mean? A little bit of everything. So it's the first time any of us doing this shit. So if I go live, please climb up on me. For sure. Yo, Lee Turner, what up, yo? Yo, peace, Win. Peace, man. Peace. Thanks, bro. Thanks, Dante, for pulling up. Thanks, Lillian Wayne. Peace to you. Lee Turner, what is good with it, fam? I'm glad you're here, bro. I'm about to get the hell up out of here now. But check the replay. I might go later, man, with that music. So pull up. Watch the replay, man. I appreciate you, brother. Yo, I think I'm gonna go live tonight. So I'm trying to put a little band together, man. You know what I mean? Get a few ladies, get some dudes, get a few musicians who like doing R&B. You know what I mean? Just nice music, bro. I ain't shit like this ever been done around here. So if niggas interested, I'm gonna see if I can do something. So all right, Leah, love you, man. Hold it down. I love each and every one of you guys. God bless. Thank you for pulling up. And I'm out this mofo. Salute. Yes, sir.